What's up, Chris? How's it going? Gamers, 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 gamers. Hello, 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 hello. Do. Alrighty, where are my good old pal Satisfying Factory? We got plastic to make. Alright, she's asleep. Lovely. I'm gonna have to feed her again probably right around the end of stream, so that's good. That's fine. Oh yeah, for those who don't know, obviously, I announced it in the Discord. I didn't announce it on YouTube. But I have a kitten now. I have a kitten. And she is very small. Very, very small. I have a kitten, she is very small, and she is very nice. I will not elaborate any further. All right. We are back at it. Excuse me. Alright, time for some petroleum-based products. I guess one thing I do also have to make is the I need to make the compacted coal for the turbo fuel. Right, gotta do that. Alright. All work. Off I go then. That's it. We're dead. want to get that Mercer sphere. All dead. All nice and dead. Now I keep trying to think to myself, where exactly am I going to make all this shit? I have one sulfur mine. I need more. Sulfur is the biggest bottleneck for all this shit, mostly. You know, obviously I got you. Where is that? That one's by Crater Lake. We're gonna leave that one be. Where are you? What's up, Zane? How's it going, buddy? It's just up over there? Really? Okay. Fucking avocado toast. What are you, a fucking millennial or something? Sorry, you know that buying avocado toast means that you can't do crypto investments, right? Oh, it's in the fuck you place, isn't it? It's not up here. Where the fuck is this thing? Oh, it's right there. Oh, that's not bad at all. Oh, wait, that's not bad at all. Holy shit. Wait, no, that's not bad at all. Oh, a location for sulfur. That's not bad at all. That's pretty good, actually. Hey, that's pretty good. Well, I assume everyone knows. I mean, you definitely know, Zane, about the kitten. Oh, she's awake. Oh, she loves to meow. What's wrong? Parents came up, obviously, to drop her off. And now she's getting used to everything. Her name is Tina from Giratina. Yes, I based her name off of a fucking Pokemon. Alright. You're dead. Lame. You're lame. Well, I bet you would have done, I don't know, whatever the hell the name of the Warframe, the whatever the fuck is. Fuck you. Well, let's see you take a better crack at it, wise guy. Her name would be Quandor the Destroyer. What the hell? What the hell? The fuck is a Quandor? Well, I do have to say that she's not much of a destroyer because she was, she was the runt of the litter. What can I say? I know ball. Well, considering the fact that your name is Warframe Sensei, I feel like it might be a problem if you didn't know ball. You know? I'm just gonna say, I think that if you did not know ball, I think there would have been a problem. I'm just gonna say, if you of all people didn't know ball, might have been an issue. Just throwing that out there. Okay, that didn't work at all. Alright, we're gonna have to do, I think, probably some kind of alien genocide, I think. Time for us to finally open up this way. And get more sulfur. Oh yeah? What? I bet it's more like, more gay, homo queer stuff. Heh. Cause gay. Heh. Cause woke, obviously. Heh. Speaking of woke, we're gonna look at a video about Shoe on Head talking about woke 1.0, so that's gonna be fun. Who's ready to wanna pull their hair out and just be like, basically just constantly do the Jujutsu Kaisen meme of the, I forget the name of the lawyer. I need to watch Jujutsu Kaisen. I keep saying I need to watch all this stuff, and I keep saying I need to watch all this stuff, and I just never get around to it. It's a problem I have. But I do want to watch Jujutsu Kaisen. Because it looks hella sick. Alright, we got some stink towers we need to eliminate. I think there's also spiders in here. Typically there's spiders in here. Maybe there's no spiders in here this time. I don't know. But if we just destroy all this foliage and crap, this will be a pretty decent natural road. Especially up to that sulfur mine. A solar system run by sentient living robots gambling, and the theme is noir detective. Oh, we going back to the 20s, eh? I don't remember what year Warframe even takes place in. Isn't it like far flung into the future, but everyone's like genocided basically or something? I remember the Warframe lore was just, like, kind of crazy. I've alerted the... I've alerted the spiders. But it's okay. I use explosives to kill all of them. Mercilessly, because I hate them. And you should hate them as well. Doesn't just says way far into the future. Doesn't specify anything else otherwise. Okay. Cool, cool. Maybe I didn't need to do any of this stuff. Oh well. I wanted to commit murder anyways. This hill is rather steep, I have to say. Very, very steep hill. You know what? We'll just use... Well, let's just use an annoying-ass belt. Just so I don't have to make more roads this way. This would be kind of annoying. Just put a truck station here. That'll be another sulfur outlet. That'll be good. There's not as much horny within Warframe. Isn't that like blasphemous or something? That's just like fucking putimus. That's like extremely fucking putis. Like almost as putis as it gets. Or are you okay with that? My old ass chair is not fucking loud for the cat. No, it's First Descendant. Okay, gotcha. And yes, I do agree that Warframe is one of the few that is tastefully horny. I can agree with this. It do be making you go like zam, but not want to blow your brains out. You know what I mean? You know exactly what I mean when I say that. Excuse me. I had some Chinese food. It was very good. Honestly, just sticking you like that right there, I think is totally a-okay. Oh, that's not the right way, is it? That was the unload, not the load. There we go. You clip into that a little bit. That's okay. Alright, that's a new sulfur node then. Lovely. Oh, just a little too long. Unlucky. You're just a little too fucking long, are you, bud? That's unfortunate. Oh well. Let's do that. Alright. Planning new sulfur. Sulfur load 2. Okay, cool. There's our nice little turnaround right there. Lovely. Try not to be too loud for the cat, because she is just sleeping right now. She's just bing chilling in the bed right beside me. She's bing chilling. Bing chilling. What the hell is that? What the fucking hell? That is awful. That's one of the worst things I've ever seen on the planet. And I want to see it destroyed. Does that one dude that you keep posting cursed Kirby's from, is that like just a shtick? He loves his cursed Kirby's or some shit? Or they just love their cursed Kirby's? That it? Fucking, that dude's got so many of them. Oh, he's a VTuber. VTuber's a cursed Kirby, eh? Okay. That's funny. You know what? Fuck you. Curses your Kirby. It's so cursed. Well, if it wasn't, I would be disappointed. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be like, what? Why does it look normal? What the fuck? Why is it so normal? This doesn't make any sense to me. This makes very, very little sense to me. Okay, so what we need to do now is to make a whole bunch of compacted coal. Compacted coal needs two things. That's sulfur and
Putis!
No, does not need putis. What do you want? It's U-235 though, is being putis. What do you want, put? But no, we need sulfur and we need coal. Nice. Alright. The fucking putis spam is here. Alright, what do you want, putingus? What do you want, put? What do you want, you fucking putis? What do you want?
The reason you're cringe is not because you ain't skilled, but because you ain't ballin' on that stank-ass Windows 95 pewter.
I don't know why we're saying I'm cringe. I'm a little confused. Ah, the dude's name is Pneumonia. Ah, pneumonia with the word moan in it. Clever. Confuse? What's confuse? I don't know what a confuse. I know about confusion. It's a Pokemon move. Community matches a streamer, so if we're cringe. No, honestly, it's just everyone's a fucking putis spammer, and that's because of Fortus Netos. So if anything, all of you guys are like Fortus Netos. So I don't know how much you want to be like El Fortus.
Shut the fuck up! No one cares.
Netos.
Know your fucking place, trash.
Damn, that was aggressive. Aggressive by Papa Franco. Yeah, he'll do that sometimes. But only on days that end with Y.
Shut the fuck up! No one cares. Know your fucking place, trash.
I didn't click done. Thank you. I didn't click done when I wrote my title. It's fixed now. I do that sometimes.
Stupid fucking communist!
That's true. I am a stupid fucking communist. It's over for me. He's got me. The homophobic dog man. Skill issue. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, well, now you're just being a bit of an asshole about it. Alright. I see how it is. Puta. I'm debating on where to fucking put this thing. And I just don't know where to put this production of compacted coal. Because we need the compacted coal for stuff. Well, turbo fuel. Excuses? Sometimes it's just an honest mistake. It happens to the best of us. But it turns out a lot of stuff has been going down and happening while I've been away. I guess also taking care of a kitten. There's that as well. But yeah, I guess a bunch of stuff's happening, huh? And it's kind of wacky. Like, kind of like we're doing a little bit of trolling.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Mm-hmm. Trump knows what's up. Sometimes. Yeah, I'm totally hip and happening. I know everything that's happening. Trust me, folks. Okay, so after we figure out the compacted coal, then it'll be time for us to make turbo fuel. Well, we need to make some regular fuel first to research the turbo fuel and then start making turbo fuel. Now you may be wondering, well, Daho, why do you want this turbo fuel stuff so bad? It's 2.5 times more efficient. Than a regular fuel. So it's good to use. We'll get to Max Miller, but Max Miller is a congressman from Ohio who apparently has some big domestic abuse allegations against him, which was uncovered or briefly mentioned by a certain gay queen of the Republican Party, George fucking Santos. That's right. The curse of George Santos is coming to haunt another Republican years later. Now, obviously, like, the Republican Party doesn't care about if they have, like, abusers, philanderers, rapists, pedophiles in their caucus. It's just, are you going to be the rubber stamp that we need for our agenda, right? Are you going to be the rubber stamp that we require for our agenda so that we can continue to rape and pillage the American people? Obviously. We all know Republicans are evil. We all know this. We all understand this. But this Max Miller guy has some crazy allegations out against him. Like, he poured hot water on his wife. He was I think he apparently broke the collarbone of his 2-year-old daughter. Those are the two main things I've seen, was the hot water and the collarbone. The Senator Bernie Moreno, in fact, is Max Miller's father-in-law. Funnily enough, the dude who kicked out Sherrod Brown with all that fucking crypto money, which was Bernie Moreno, who's probably going to lose his seat immediately. Probably not the Sherrod Brown, because I know Sherrod Brown's running again. He's probably going to win. Probably. What was I saying? Sherrod Brown. Yeah, Sherrod Brown. Sherrod Brown probably gonna run for Congress again. We'll see what happens there. And what else? Right. Max Miller. Max Miller, son-in-law of Senator Bernie Moreno. And there are some crazy allegations out against him in terms of domestic violence. And what else? Besides the domestic violence. Oh yeah, that all got fucking revealed by George Santos of all people, which is hilarious. It's funny. It's really funny. I think I might just stick the compacted coal just in here. Oh, the pipe looked all fucked up from the explosive. That's cool. Huh. It didn't used to do that before. That's cool. I like that. Let's see, I have 2 sulfur, 2 coal.
Put this.
What do you want? Ow. Listen, U235, if you were to sub, you too would also be able to spam putis to your heart's content. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Actually, I don't remember if it's a follower emote or if it's a sub emote. I don't remember what I made it. Haha. You too can spam putis to your heart's content. But Daho, why would they need to spam putis when they can just spam putis? Because there's an emote. Shut up. Fuck you. That's my attempt at shameless self-promo. Fortus Netus is your role model? No, he's not. Stop the cap. One thing I'm going to have to ask myself is if I'm going to have to set up a much earlier alarm in order to feed Tina. Probably do. Normally for around her age, so she's about 3 weeks old. Normally, from what I read, it's supposed to be like you feed her the formula every every 2 hours, basically. But my parents were not doing that. They were feeding her every 4 hours. And she's been fine so far, I think. However, the one thing that I'm not certain about is that, like I said before, she was the runt, right? She was the runt of the litter. So she had a harder time, you know, going about and trying to get milk from the mother. Because that was the only other milk that she had before. It was milk from the mom. So would it be better for me to give her more? She's been taking well to the bottle feeding and everything. It hasn't been that big of a deal. Now you can say you own a car. What? The hell are you talking about? What are you yapping on about there? Is it because the cat purrs a lot? It sounds like an engine? Is that what we're doing? I know the meme. I've seen the meme before. It's like, I just find it kind of silly. I think you're just being kind of stupid. Or in some words, you might be being a little fucking putis. Like, are you sure you want to be this putis? You call cats cars? Because it's funny? Okay. Sure. I mean, it's you know, just a little oddity, but okay. Like, some people, you know, like, because cats purr, it sounds like like an engine, basically. So it's just like, oh, you're making a joke about, like, cats purring. Yeah, you know, I'm picking up what you're putting down. You just randomly call cats cars just because you think it's funny. Now you just lost me. The reason for funny is because it's easy to misspell cat because R is right next to T. I mean, you could say the exact opposite for car to cat, you know? Couldn't you? Yep. Okay. Okay. Listen, so long as we're being consistent. That's why cat equals car. Well, see, that's where you just lose me, because a cat's not a car. That's just silly. What's up, Boy Swinny? Yes, I am a cat dad. Ugh. She's asleep right now. I'm gonna go grab concrete. Yeah, you wouldn't know anything about being a car haver now, would you, Boy Meets? Oh. Yikes. Ooh, that's rough, buddy. I do not feed into U235's delusions, Boy Meets Mini. You shut this shit down immediately. You know what to do. Well, no, would Dave agree with the cat car conspiracy, or would Dave basically try to, you know, shut that shit down? What's up, Big Jerry? Big Jerry with the ever-sisting, holy shit, Jesus Christ. Ever with the consistency. Alright, so compacted coal is going right here. Don't need to be too big a facility. Blah, 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 blah. Blow more things up just because I can. Just because I can. And we're going to be doing a lot of blowing up stuff. Listen, Boy Meets Minnie, the best way to blow up plants is with explosives. We all know this, right? Really enjoying the fact that they actually decided to add animations for blowing up the trees and stuff, because it used to be they would just disappear, right? Like, you throw an explosive at a tree, you just click the button, it just disappears. No animation, no nothing. It just went away. And, you know, it was a little weird. It's like, yeah, whatever. Didn't have enough time to fucking do it. Not the end of the world. No one's gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain. You're not gonna complain. No one's really gonna give much of a shit. It's just like, one of those things that you notice after, like, some patches. Like, oh, they added that in. Oh, that's nice. Look at that. Why are we talking about Jaguars? Yeah, a Jaguar's a cat. It's a car. That's true. And just like the Black Panther. That's a human cat, obviously. Duh. Stupid. Or like Nidalee from League of Legends. That's a cat car right there. Well, just a cat. Well, human. Whatever. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm not gonna lie. This is almost getting into what is a chair territory. Yeah, but we're not talking about transgenders, so why do we care? The what is a chair discourse, that whole discourse is about transgenderism. Those danged transgenders. I'm so yawny. Oof. We're not gonna do anything too fancy here. I guess one thing I've done is, mostly because I felt like it. It's been a long time since I've played the game. Started playing Warcraft 3 campaigns again. They're fun. Love me some good old Warcraft. Now, before anyone gets their panties in a twist, I'm not talking about World of Warcraft. I'm talking about Warcraft. So, you know, we could put the brooch allegations away. Should be plenty of space. There's one. There's two. Oh! Jesus. This got brutally run over. Alright. More work. Alright. Ready to work. Ready to work. Work. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just doing my, audition to do voice lines to become a, working unit in Warcraft. Work. Alright. More work. That's it. I'm dead. Work. Only thing I know about Warcraft is the folding ideas video. It's rude to suck at Warcraft. Guess that makes me rude. Okay, the question is which Warcraft is folding ideas talking about there? Is it World of Warcraft or is it Warcraft 3? There's a difference. Big difference. Multiple potential properties we could be potentially thinking about here.
Put this.
No, I don't think we were talking about putis. No. No. I don't think so. Boy Meets Mini is an expert at this game called Racecraft. Boy Meets Mini, you want to explain yourself? Are you being racist? You want to explain yourself there, Buster? Or are you just going to spam caught and just pretend like nothing happened? Many such cases with Boy Meets Mini. He'll just start spamming caught and then act as if nothing happened. And then we just look at him and just call him putis and then we move on. So everyone, get your putises out for Boy Meets Mini because he's going to be putis. A real racist reads their opponents well and catches them on a weak corner to win. He's being racist, guys. Alright, everyone, you know what to do. You know what to do to this racist. Yeah, you're getting fucking putist. 2026, totally fine. Yeah, that's true. It's time for the Boy Meets Mini Tactical Templar arc. XD.
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe. You're just fucking racist.
Oh, speaking of Templars, there's this one Warhammer account on Twitter who's like basically the biggest LARPer ever. Like, oh my god, the dude's such a massive fucking loser. and it's so funny because the dude lost his Twitter account, and then he had like a random screed on a on his like alt account saying the Warhammer Twitter community is the one that makes that's the community that makes the community, and even like chud Warhammer dudes were just like clowning on him, saying shut the fuck up, you're a fucking loser, dude. It was really funny. I think the dude got banned for basically bashing someone's first time paint job. Rule 1, you don't do that. Yeah, that's rule 1. You don't do that shit, because it's just like, wow, you're a fucking asshole, you know? And then the dude got mercilessly clowned on it and reported. Lost his account. And then went on an alt account to basically just cope and seethe. It's very funny. Very, very funny. I might not have, god damn it, washed my fucking hands properly, so now I'm having an allergic reaction. God damn it. I saw that tweet, boy me Smitty. Alright, so funny thing about me. It's very funny. I'm actually allergic to cats. Believe it or not. But the way my allergen to cats basically activates is if I pet a cat, for example, and I touch my face, then the allergic reaction reacts or starts. Typically, I'll start to get like really itchy and watery eyes. It's just rashes, basically. I just get really itchy. So the assumption is, oh, I'm probably allergic to cat dander. Probably. I saw a warning indicator, and I was just like, oh fuck, I've got to go fix something. I see that it is now gone. Skill issue. Alright, good one. Yeah, we're getting some fucking putis behavior right now.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
That's true. We are doing a little bit of trolling. Alright, now these are integrated with the network. Lovely. Alright, there you go. I think the allergic reaction should be okay now. Literally, Fox of Fate, we already taught you about putis, and then you just I'd like choose to just not understand. We're not helping you. No, fuck you. Go fuck yourself. You're staying in the dark permanently. No more putis. Putis now hates you. I need cables? Fuck me.
Putis!
Imagine not knowing about putis.
Putis!
Alright, well, here's U235 to just putis spam. Alright, come on. Say it again. You know you want to. Fortus Netus? Oh. Sophie Cunningham. Who? Isn't that the girl who was on, like, Sports Illustrated and everyone's making fun of her for having, like, a flat ass or something? You have not seen the WNBA discourse. Nope. Sorry, Boy Meets Mini. Unlike conservatives, I actually hate women in sports. Pepe. That's a Pepe post. That's a massive Pepe post right there. So what's this discourse about? Yeah, like seriously, what, you think I'd watch women's sports willingly? Pfft, good one. Why would I ever do such a thing? Yeah, obviously, we all know that men watch other men get really hot and sweaty all the time. Tackling each other to the ground or something, right? Like, that's what we're all doing. Like, that's what we're all actually doing in reality, right? It's all about sweaty men. Getting, like, really hot and sweaty together. Come on. I know this, you know this, we all know this, right?
Pepe, why are you gay?
Who says I am gay? You are gay. She got famous pointing at a player who fouled. And it's a meme. Okay. Then she went down the transfer of right-wing grift. Okay. It's so crazy the team assistant coach got banned for a game, all because she disagreed with Sophie's transphobia. Oh, that's very strange. Oh, I am very... No, it's, listen, okay, if you say that to the Turk, the Turks will claim it, and if you say it to a Greek, the Greeks will claim it. Because they both did it. That's the funny thing. Both of them got together in oil. Not with each other, obviously. But both of them did. They both did naked oil wrestling. No one tell Hassan. more importantly. Because Stavros doesn't give a fuck about that stuff. Yeah, and I'm saying the Turks also did the same thing. Why? Because the Turks and the Greeks are clearly the same. Now, if anyone who's a Turk, who is Turkish or Greek, ever would hear me say that, they would probably murder me on the spot. No one cares about that point, Foxafate. Everyone cares about naked men getting sweaty together with oil or something. That's what people actually care about. Come on now. Nobody else gives a shit about women. It's all about men getting sweaty, okay? Ask Benny Johnson. Oh yeah, well, Boy Meets Me, yet people would do chariot races back in the day. Explain that one, libtard. How about them apples? For real. Just make a fireproof car. I don't think that's how that works. I don't think you can do that, actually. Now, let's see what recipes we have in this putingus. Yeah, we got some useful stuff here, by the way. Yeah, we got wet concrete. We can begin to improve a lot of our shitters, by the way. Fitness clothing brand off of all this XXXY Athletics. Oh, okay. Alright, so we've unlocked all of our with the advent of the refinery, we can now significantly increase the productive capabilities of the amount of concrete that we can make now. Yes, hooray, very cool. Although the mines we have are not particularly great. Basically a fully stacked pure node of limestone with this thing going on is what? 10 of these. So far we can just run like 2 of them at a time. 80 concrete per minute. It's better than what we currently have, which is the standard recipe, and the standard recipe sucks. Wet concrete is a very good recipe. Because the only other thing you're adding is just water. And that's, well, free, basically. Like I said before, with Satisfactory, any recipe that only adds water is a good recipe. Yep, and then you get wet concrete, and then that worry immediately disappears. alternate compacted. Yeah? Is someone awake? Just took another cat nap. She do be taking a bunch of cat naps. I really don't know what I'm going to do when I'm asleep. Oh, she went back to bed. Never mind. She meowed and then went back to bed. She is 3 weeks old. Things will change more and more, probably when she starts to hit like 2 months. Because she'll grow quite a bit and then probably get way more active. And the eating habits will also change as well. But so far, this is not like... This is the, more or less, not very challenging shit. Right now, all it basically is feed her, play, hold, and that's really about it. Pretty simple stuff. Nothing too crazy. And then there's litter training as well. That's going to be kind of annoying, but that's, like, not too bad. Right now, I'm training her to get used to her new bed that we just bought for her, so. It was nothing but sleeping on my lap today, and now we're getting her used to her bed. My old coworker adopted a black Savannah, and she grew up so quick. Super active all day. At least he has a yard. I do not know. I think mine's just like a... I don't know what cat... You know, what breed of cat I have. I'm not sure. It's not a Savannah, that's for certain. Doesn't have the pointy ears. Like Savannah's do. We're gonna need to double layer this one. Shouldn't be too hard. Should probably get started with the topics du jour. Or, you know, one of the big things du jour. I think all the Asmongold viewers have now found the, Yep, they all found the Kaisei video, which took a while. It took them longer than I thought for them to find it. Wait, Hutch has gambling debts? Oh, he's already paid off his gambling debts. Oh, okay. No, he's paid off his gambling debts. Well, you know, cool. Wait. Clavicular does makeup now? Dude. Makeup maxing is giga legit. Top 3 looks maxes, but normies will cope and jesters will max. It's like reading another language. What does that even mean, man? Yeah, he is a male-to-male transgender, dude. He really is. Dude, all of the fucking, like, blue MAGA types are, like, losing their minds over the fact that a lot of their candidates keep losing their whatchamacallit, their primaries. They're just, like, fucking losing it. Right? And they're very mad. And they're all, like, constantly, like, coping and seething and, like, shitting and farting their pants. Being like, all the DSA candidates are, going to lose, their seats. And they're even saying that about, like, Abdul Al-Sayed. Even though he's not a DSA candidate. He's not DSA. I just find it very funny. Anywho. I think Abdul's going to cut it close. In the primary, I think the primary is not going to be close. The general will probably be close. General's close. The primary, like Haley Stevens, just like she had a massive crash out on Abdul for some reason on Twitter, which is very funny. And then there was a rather ominous tweet from Mitch Voter. Now, if you know anything about Mitch, that guy is an autist. Like Michigan autist. Bro just knows stuff about Michigan. Just knows. That dude basically said that there was the internals are just not looking good. Not to mention, apparently Walter Masterson got Haley Stevens to cancel 2 of her campaign events by just by showing up and talking a bunch of shit, which is very funny. So her campaign is looking kind of. I need to find the exact tweet from Mitch Voter. There they are. Here. Allegedly, Haley Stevens' pollster has called her up and told her there is no path to victory. Allegedly. Yeah, an internal pollster for Haley Stevens said, yeah, she's fucking cooked. Dude. Also inside this, also in this inside campaign leak, she's down about 14. She's down 14 in an internal poll. Oh. Phone call happened this afternoon. 4+ different people have been able to confirm they also heard this, obviously under the condition of anonymity. Oy. It's not looking good, people. Not looking good, guys. Not looking good. Abdul Al-Sayed does a very good job. It has to be because of her most recent debate performance. It was so bad. Like, she wouldn't... Like, half the time she wouldn't answer any of the fucking questions. And when she did, she would just do some, like, standard, like, neoliberal, just boring talking point. Like, buzzword salad, and no one gave a shit about that at all. It's just like, oh, brother, God, you guys are fucking terrible at this, man. Ugh. And then, like, all the, like, blue MAGA types are, like, coping and seething about it, saying, like, oh, yeah, if Abdul Al-Sayed just wins, he's not gonna win. He's just gonna get owned by Mike Rogers. And it's like, okay, dude. Sure, man. You're gonna get owned by Mike Rogers, and they keep posting like a bunch of random polls saying that like Mike Rogers is gonna win by like 3 points, and it's just like, okay, all of these are like literally within margin of error because it has Haley Stevens up like by maybe 1 or 2 points, and like that's it. So it's just like, dog. All of these are within margin of error. This race is going to be ridiculously close. This is not the fucking argument that you guys think it is. Like, you guys are just kind of silly. 1000% Boy Meets Mini. Yep. It is going to come down to turnout, and Abdul definitely turns out more people. You're on the money right there, dude. Abdul's numbers have just been really good. Anywho. She gets started. He did say it was a capital. I mean, he's a Justice Democrat, but even then, like, DSA candidates, they accept like all differing people from like different parts of the left-leaning spectrum. So all these people who complain about this shit is so fucking stupid and annoying. But here's your white woman jump scare. That's a white woman right there. White woman has appeared. Zoran is the best capitalist. Adam Smith would love him. Probably. More like crapitalist. Am I right, fellas? Because they're all full of crap, obviously. Okay, my allergic reaction's like starting to go away a little bit now. Alright. Let's talk about the white women. So this video popped up on my feed and I got instantaneously curious. And I saw a couple of clips and then I thought to myself, oh, I'm definitely going to take a look at this Shoe on Head video talking about how she survived quote-unquote woke 1.0. But let's just start with like what woke 1.0 is, because personally, not really a big fan of woke 1.0, but woke 1.0 is essentially like the progenitor of the current dark woke that exists right now. Woke 1 was very highly censorious, extremely annoying, like very, very fucking annoying. Basically, like, I was gonna say like a liberal's paradise, but not really. I disagree with that. Not even like a liberal's fucking paradise. The reason why liberals are like fond of woke 1.0 is because woke 1.0, fundamentally speaking, doesn't actually really challenge the main bases of what is supposed to, well, or really of what woke is supposed to basically accomplish, and that is to challenge the current sort of like hierarchical structures that we have, well, you know, currently around us. Yes, exactly, Zane. This new generation of woke comes from suffering, and that's pretty much what it is. Exactly right there. Given the economic desperate states that we find ourselves under, a lot of people are saying with woke 2.0 that, man, fuck this bullshit. Fuck the fact that we keep having to deal with like all these like ineffective fucking losers in power who just want to be like hand-wringing little fucking losers who don't actually care at all about the issues, and it's just like, man, fuck this, fuck these people. We're saying, I don't know, fuck you. We're gonna be a little fucking edgy. We may say some fucking slurs, but we're gonna be kind of woke about it, and shit like that. You know, it's the whole personification of the Dark Brandon meme actually made. Here's Beer Bash with the fucking raid. What's up, Beer Bash? How's it going, buddy? Shout out to you, Beer Bash. Yeah, we just started, you know, a Shoe on Head dunk video. Also, I have a cat, so there's that as well. What's up? How's it going? Beer Bash Raiders. Obviously, you all know who I am. I'm Daharumba. I play video games, I politics. Right now, we're shitting on Shoe on Head, as one should. But you watched Gumby, the movie. Nice. Very cool. Weird and surreal. I forgot how absurd it was. Ah, fascinating. Well, right now, we're dunking on Shoe on Head, and I am having an allergic reaction to the cat right now. So that's cool. But whatever. What was I saying? Yeah, the thing with, like, Woke 2.0 and what it's essentially going to accomplish, or what we are hoping for it to accomplish, in comparison to the failures of Woke 1.0, because it was a failure, let's be honest here, woke 1.0 was a miserable fucking failure, is to essentially just say, you know what, fuck the bullshit. We've had enough of all this like neoliberal fucking bullshit. The woke 1.0 sort of like, well, pandering. Well, not even pandering, like non-challenges to state power, because everyone decided to, with woke 1.0, say like, don't worry guys, the Democrats will fix all the problems. And the Democrats basically did nothing to fix any of the problems, like all of the proto-woke 2.0 people have been constantly saying. But here we have Shoe on Head. Oh yeah, and like, you know, the hallmark of woke 1.0 is to just be very like censorious and just cringe about it. Yeah, just to be like very censorious and cringe and not actually really all that woke, to be quite honest. For what reason exactly? Because it's not really meant to challenge power. But Shoe on Head. Shoe on Head is essentially saying that woke 1.0 was the first culture war. I don't agree with this, actually. I think the first culture war was probably Gamergate. I would actually say it was probably fucking Gamergate. I'm gonna be real here. I don't think it was I don't think it was yeah, I don't think it was woke 1.0. I disagree with this. I would say that's what it is. We can go even further back, Satanic Panic. I think I can agree with that, Beer Bash. Yeah, we could, to be honest. Yeah, we can, like, you know, in terms of, like, the infinite regress, yeah, we can say segregation, we can say, like, Satanic Panic, and a bunch of other bullshit, right? But yeah, like, to say that woke 1.0 was, quote-unquote, the first, instance of a culture war, I disagree with this wholeheartedly. Yeah, you know, we can make like technical arguments for the French Revolution. We could say for segregation, Red Scare, all this fucking bullshit, blah 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 blah. But yeah, basically the point is to say that woke 1.0 was the first culture war is entirely ridiculous. Yeah, that's just ridiculous. It's just not the fucking case. But Shoe on Head. What is your position here on, I don't know, woke 1.0, quote-unquote, the first culture war?
Saw a tweet. I feel like all my videos start out like that. The other day...
That's a problem, Shu. If you see a tweet, and then you start out all your videos like that, that's a problem, Shu. You may want to do some that were like Kerner Commission recommendations, as prisoner abolition to get attention was dumb. I think the biggest problem with woke 1.0 is the fact that it wasn't really rooted in any sort of like active effort to challenge power, because that shit got immediately co-opted by the fucking Democrats. Because the biggest problem with woke 1.0 was the fact that the Democrats were still popular as a political entity. That's the biggest fucking issue right there. When in reality, everyone should have known. I've been saying this since like forever ago, that yeah, the Democrats are not going to fucking actively do anything in order to, I don't know, push back against the rising tide of fascism, and all this like woke 1.0 stuff is just going to be like, I don't know, a complete like co-opting by the Democrats, because they don't actually like give a shit about addressing any of the systemic problems that is being brought up in terms of like, say, positions like what the George Floyd protesters were asking for, and a bunch of other sort of stuff during all those like various protest movements that were happening. But whatever, it's fucking stupid. Local restaurants were doing cringe me to cop me events in 2020. Yeah, like fuck you. I don't want to be within 38 feet of a LAPD pig. That's true, Boyman's Mini.
Abolish the police and how they'll do things differently during woke 2.0. Yeah. You'll get him next time, champ. And don't get me wrong, 2020 was crazy. At the time, I was a bit preoccupied trying my hardest to get Bernie Sanders and Tulsi Gabbard elected. I don't want to talk about it. But yes, from what I remember, 2020 was crazy. But that was not woke 1.0. Woke 1.0 started long ago. Long ago when being woke was called being an SJW. Back when Anita Sarkeesian...
Oh, okay, here we go. She's gonna bring up Gamergate. Okay, sure. Could we really consider that as like woke 1.0? Sort of? Okay, here's the thing with Anita Sarkeesian and all that stuff. Could we say that like a bunch of like the liberal pop feminism stuff that we can point to is like kind of cringy or whatever? And it's just like, I mean, yeah, whatever. This is kind of cringe, but the biggest issue with Anita Sarkeesian is that with her stuff specifically was it was meant to be sort of like received and talked about to by a particular audience, and it ended up just breaching containment and starting an essential sort of firestorm. I think like Anita Sarkeesian has moved beyond her sort of like liberal feminist sort of positions and has become more intersectional as time has gone on.
Sarkeesian was public enemy #1, and I identify as an attack helicopter, believe it or not, was a joke young people told, and not your 65-year-old uncle on Facebook. You see, Woke 1.0 was
True.
not George Floyd and COVID masks, no. This was Woke 1.0.
Learn what mansplaining is, and then stop doing it.
Liberal feminism.
Hello, and welcome to the Shoe on Head channel. I am your host, Shoe on Head. You may also know me on Reddit as every e-girl combined into one insufferable millennial woman with fetal alcohol syndrome, or perhaps just Asmongold on HRT. As I am filming this, it is the 12th anniversary.
Okay, that's kind of funny. I do have to say, Asmongold on nature. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Of my first video on this channel. 12 years. 12 years a slave to the algorithm. So in this video, we are going to react to that video as well as a few other old videos of mine. We're gonna see how well or how terrible everything has aged, because let's be real, a lot of this shit aged like milk. Wait, why is the arrow pointing this way? What the f- We're going to talk about Woke 1.0, the ancient lore of me and my channel, how the Overton window has shifted so far since then, how stupid everything looks back then in comparison to things happening today. I feel like every morning we wake up and we are living through yet another historical event. The news moves so fast. There's pressure to react instantly, to pick a side, to condemn, to support, but the reality is, when a story first breaks, we're not seeing the full picture.
Alright, okay, she's gonna do a bit into ground news here if I were to take a bet. I know what you're doing. Shoot, you're not slick. But as for that sort of case, listen, commodified media, blah, 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 blah. We've talked about this before, but this is, hey, guys, this is kind of the bad thing about having, the media in the commodified sort of sense that it is right now, you know? I've talked about this before, but, you know, the capitalist realism, hyper-commodification, it's time to now socialize, or rather, not socialize, but rather commodify, you know, every aspect of your life. And what is one of the aspects of life that has not been commodified quite yet, for example? Well, the ability for people to be able to socialize. That's why. Or that's what, rather.
And that's why for years now I have been using today's sponsor, Ground News, to avoid how
We're
even their
skipping
own
the
fan
sponsor.
base
Thank you, Shu.
apps, even the Nobel Peace Center, recognize.
Bro, is this a 2-minute Shoe on Head ad read? Yeah, we're skipping this. Bye-bye.
And thank you, the viewer, as always, for not skipping the ad. And now, back to the video. One
I
of the
skipped
most
the ad.
funny and like endearing
XD.
things that have been happening lately is people will discover my channel and then they'll make reaction videos to my videos and they'll title them things like, Shoe on Head is done with the left. Shoe on Head is
I
finally
nuts.
waking up. And it's like, I've been woken up. Do not cite the anti-woke magic to me, Nuxtaku. I was there when it was written. Before your girl was Kami Mommy, for better or worse, I was one of the founding fathers of anti-woke content on the internet. I saw this one tweet
This
that
is
was like,
true.
the idea there was a woke one is the most jarring to America's moment I've ever had. Really, bitch? I mean, like, I get it. I would pretend it never happened too. It was very embarrassing, but really, bitch? I was there when Bernie Sanders was talking about unions and has microphone snatched by Black Lives Matter. That was basically the birth of my entire political worldview. You can't pretend that shit never happened.
I don't even remember what the context for that was exactly. I'm not gonna lie here. I don't even remember why. Like, was that like some op or some shit? It's been so long. I just don't remember any of it. Did I probably think it was stupid back then? Probably. I think a lot of stuff was fucking stupid, but Woke 1.0 was such a, I don't know, strange time. Like, meh. Yeah, you know, person snagged the person's microphone. Oh my god, the horror. Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, yeah, this was a common thing happening amongst BLM. They were just like, they do be snagging up microphones of politicians. Like, I don't know. I don't really care about this. They were just doing this to, like, everybody. This is like a thing they were doing.
Happens. I was there when a grown-ass scientist was harassed and brought to tears for daring to wear a shirt with like cartoon pinup girls on it. We need
Wait, is that like from Devil May Cry or something? Is that Trish? One of these looks like Trish. This one right here, this one looks like Trish from Devil May Cry.
cartoon pinup girls on it. We need Nuremberg trials for all the 2010s. You should legally be forced to wear some kind of patch on you in public to identify you as a woke 1.0 freak. When I saw that tweet, I literally had to stop writing my other video to make this one because I was like, okay, I'm not gonna let these people rewrite history. We're not gonna let you write the history books, okay? Who do you think you are? Ghislaine Maxwell's father? So I'm going to be talking about 4 different videos here. Oppression Olympics, Social Justice League vs. Gamers, Average is Beautiful, and Questions for Men Answered by Women. I'm not going to be showing the full videos because this video will be 4 hours long, so if you want to watch the full videos, the links will be in the description. Thank you.
Would it be 4 hours? I mean, your videos are not that long. I mean, all of them were like below 10 minutes or about 10 minutes. Yeah, I can listen, because here's the okay. Here's the thing with Shuon Head. I've stipulated this before, yada, yada, yada. Shuon Head's positions are basically adopted from whatever her boyfriend was thinking at the time. Who was her boyfriend at this time? And by the way, yeah, Daho, you're being a little bit of a misogynist. I don't really give a shit. That was Shuon Head in a fucking nutshell, right? Shuon Head, basically, her whole shtick was doing like the kind of like the strange, like anti-woke fucking skepticism type or shit, basically, from the dumb fuck like skeptic lens, or back during those days. And being a skeptic, quote unquote, at those times was just like a funny way of just saying like you're just a dumb fuck idiot conservative, right? Armored Skeptic was very stupid. Is a very, very stupid individual. Not really much fascinating or interesting going on there. And I think, does he still make content? I have no idea if he still makes content. But whatever, he won't be missed. Honestly, from what I do recall, I think he was still making content at like some point in time. But like, meh. I mean, with a lot of the like YouTube skeptics, right? Like, because there were some that were like, I guess you could say, metaphorical diamonds of the rough. And I've talked about this before, right? The progenitors of the quote-unquote skeptic content, it was not Armored Skeptic, by the way. It was Shuon Head, TJ Kirk, or Amazing Atheist, and also Chris Raygun. Yeah, a lot of this came out of specifically the backlash to a lot of the satanic panic stuff, and a lot of just Reddit atheism in general, because we talked about this before. But a lot of gamers did not like a lot of these Christian evangelicals because of how hypocritical they were being in terms of their religious sort of advocacy, right? And so they get into debates into a lot of these like sort of countercultural sort of Reddit atheists. And the Reddit atheists were correct. They were fucking correct, right? We'll keep it $1.50. The Reddit atheists were correct. Period. End of story. Now, we can always quibble about, for example, that they were a little problematic and they were not the best. To me, it doesn't really matter all that much in the end, because for me, it's what matters most is the arguments. And the arguments that a lot of the Reddit atheists were constantly making about religion were correct, saying that it is about oppression, it's fundamentally speaking about controlling of masses, and it's not actually about any of the teachings of Jesus Christ or the God, or of God, or of the Ten Commandments, or anything. Yada yada yada. Yes, their prescriptions were not the best. I could agree with that, Boy Meets Penny, but the arguments were correct. And the whole sort of like idea of their problems in terms of like with Christianity and the behaviors of all these like Christo-fascist LARPing freaks, they were correct. The Reddit atheists ended up being correct. That's where a lot of the skepticism part sort of came out of, right? It came out of that specifically, from as like a sort of backlash to all the weirdo freak Christian evangelical types. Oh, Armored Skeptic is a Atlantis freak now? Okay, so conspiratorial crank Armored Skeptic. Okay, cool. Whatever. Besides the point, in terms of a lot of the arguments that the Reddit atheists were making, they were overall correct. And that's mostly where it came from. It came from there. And then it morphed as soon as the right wings started like getting involved in terms of the skepticism to start talking about being like anti-Islam and like about being anti-woke and all this shit. And then it became like all tainted from there. Yes, that is true there, Fox of Fate. The people you're talking about there specifically are Sam Harris and also partially the Weinsteins, but also I'm trying to remember this. There's another one. It's not Charles Murray. I think it's Charles Dickens. It's some other fucking guy. Who by the way, Sam Harris and also the other dude I was mentioning before. Yeah, those guys are all like born again fucking Christian LARPers now. So whatever. No, it's not Charles Murray. It's Charles something else. I think it was Dickens. Who was another one of these like Reddit atheist types. And so that's mostly the people who have started all of this. Like, let's be honest here. In terms of like the rise of like skeptic sort of YouTube. It's TJ Kirk, like Sam Harris, inspiring like people like TJ Kirk and Chris Ray Gun and all these other people to do like the more like skeptic oriented sort of content that came out of like Reddit atheism and then eventually morphed into the nonsense that it became eventually.
Want to watch the full videos? The links will be in the description. Thank you. I love you. Bye-bye. So, Oppression Olympics was my first cultural political video, uploaded July of 2014. 12 years ago. How old were you guys 12 years ago? I am like 60 years old in internet years, like 18. 204 years old in e-girl years. If you have been here,
I'm going to say right now, this is pretty much during the period of time in YouTube where I pretty much decided to... Well, because I was watching a lot more Twitch and stuff like that. Twitch was like way more interesting to me because I just was like an apolitical gamer pro type back during that time in 2014. So I just did not give a fuck at all about the stuff that was going on in YouTube. And I just like completely avoided Gamergate as a result. I just did not care at all.
Been with me for that long, you deserve like some kind of reparations or something.
That's
like,
true, Red
you have seen some All right, I am about to watch it. I am so scared. I haven't watched this in years.
Huh?
Hey there, pretty lady. Do you wear heels? Do you wear makeup? Do you want to go on a diet and get thin? Don't.
She's okay. Holy shit, bro. Holy shit, dude. The fuck. Okay, listen. Everyone would always call Shuan Head scuffed boxy. This is why people call her scuffed boxy.
Do any of those things. Hey, I'm a feminist. That's right, a feminist in 2014 America.
Can my voice even do that anymore? 2014 America. Oh.
Yeah, I can. It's over for you.
I didn't do that. All right, let's go.
What does that mean? That means I want you to stoop down to my level. And that means don't go on a diet, don't wear heels, don't do makeup, don't do your hair, don't try to look pretty. I get tackles all the time and I hate it. I just love vlogging about it though, and I love...
Okay, you want to know something funny about this, by the way? A lot of the exact same talking points by right-wingers are happening to this day. Isn't that kind of funny? Isn't that kind of funny? A lot of the exact same talking points that a lot of like far-right weirdos in terms of like the whole sort of fat acceptance movement and whatnot are present to this day. You know, almost as if this video might have had some potential influence. Now, I've talked about my position on fat acceptance before. I myself am a bit of a fat boy myself, mostly because I'm depressed, but whatever. I personally don't really like the fat acceptance movement all that much. I don't think it is necessarily a good thing to have as much weight as, like, I don't know, like, I don't think that it's healthy to run around, like, with, at like 500 pounds, for example, right? And I think it's, like, perfectly fine for people to be like, I hope you understand that you're living a little bit of an unhealthy lifestyle, and there's like particularly adverse health consequences. Now, the thing is if someone wants to live their, like, my 600-pound lifestyle, who am I to really say and try to stop that? Like, I don't really give a shit, to be honest. Like, I don't know, if someone wants to eat like a day pack of cookies or 2 packs of cookies every fucking day, ultimately that's their decision as a human being. It's not going to be conducive for their own health. I can't really fucking stop them. Whatever. I don't really care all that much. I don't want to put in the effort to essentially take care of all that stuff, right? And like I said before in a previous video, the previous Think Before You Sleep video, where I just basically call him a demon. The reason for as to why a lot of this is the case, for people not to take care of themselves, why there's like a sort of culture of like more acceptance of people like just not keeping up with themselves all that much. That's not a I don't think that's like a culture that's being sort of enforced. That's a cry for help. It's a cry for help. That's what I see it as. It's a sort of an admission by a lot of people saying that, dog, we are in such desperate economic throes in times that I just don't care about trying to make myself look good in terms of like a societal conventional sense. What I don't care about, like, I don't know, presenting myself in a way that's like palatable in terms of like standard society. Standard society has currently failed for me. Why should I care about presenting myself in a way that's going to be palatable to a bunch of fucking boomers and like HR people to make myself look good for like a job or whatever. It's a cultural problem. It's a societal problem. It's an economic issue. And it's a problem that was like, again, I would say mostly started during the Great Recession and has only gotten much worse, right? And I can't really blame people for essentially saying like, nah, fuck this bullshit. Like, I don't care about like wanting to sort of like participate in a sort of like societally palatable way because society has failed for me. Why the fuck should I really care? Like, let's be honest here. I think it's like a reasonable, like, okay, I don't think it's a good position. I understand where it comes from. And yeah, as like people are saying in chat, the fat acceptance, like mostly the biggest problem that people have is just with the shame part of it. Like, I don't know, mostly just like, don't be that big of an asshole here. And like you're saying, Beer Bash, a lot of this issue can happen because of a lot of underlying like medical issues, and a lot of times that within America people get dismissed because of their weight to not be able to address said medical issues. It's a very, very good point there, Beer Bash. It's way more complicated than just saying forehead people are just being accepted for being fat because, you know, that's just like the kind of like liberal feminist thing to do. Whoa, look at me make my fucking quirky YouTube video. It's just like, it's actually a bit more complicated than that. And there's like, again, socioeconomic criticisms that one can basically make, which Shuan had started doing for a while, and then she married Eudaimonia, and then decided to go in the complete opposite direction after her stupid Balenciaga sort of scandal. So, I guess, if we're talking about like the origins of this sort of quote-unquote malaise, we're starting to see the, shall we say, origin points of all this nonsense.
Blogging about it on my Tumblr. And shaving? Forget shaving. Don't shave. This video game character is dressed too sexily. I don't like it. Change it. I'm dressed too sexily and you don't like it? Stop oppressing me. Did you guys know that rape is bad? Rape is bad. Does anybody know this? Rape is bad. And if you're not a feminist, you're pro-rape.
Yeah, here's the thing with a lot of the arguments that these people were making back during that point in time. It was all just a lot of straw men, or they just didn't even understand a lot of the points that these people were like bringing up, right? Really, like the whole sort of like this was one that these guys would very, very often complain about, and that was about rape culture. And yeah, like you're saying, Alex, yeah, now there's a rapist pedophile president that's currently in power, but whatever. Shuan Head's just seemingly refusing to understand why a lot of those like criticisms were brought up. Now, can we say that a lot of them are like sort of unrefined and not perfect. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. We can say that that's the case or whatever. That a lot of them were like rooted in more sort of like liberal feminist lenses, and there's a lot of problems in terms of that, and it's not as intersectional as it could be. Yada yada yada, you know. And guess who made those fucking criticisms very, very clear to a lot of liberals? Oh, it was leftists. Leftists who have had very, very often scathing critiques of liberal sort of feminism in a more sort of class conscious sort of angle, which was palatable to even a lot of the chud types as well, because it's just like, oh yeah, wait, you actually like are not completely fucking stupid about it. Obviously, you don't really talk about this to the fucking grifters, because the grifters don't actually give a shit, you know. Like, God, what were like some examples back during those days? People like, say, Sargon of Akkad, was blanking on his name, or like the Golden One, for example, who is a Nazi. But you're not going to make those criticisms to those guys because they don't actually give a shit about wanting to have their positions criticized. But the thing with like people like, I was going to say Armored Skeptic, but no, Amazing Atheist, TJ Kirk, Chris Ray Gun, and even Chewonhead during that point in time, a lot of the fucking criticisms at this that they were making were just like accurate, if not completely perfectly refined. Although with TJ Kirk and Chris Ray Gun, their positions were probably a bit more refined. Like Chris Ray Gun's in the middle of this. Chewonhead is just like a bimbo, like just a Neanderthal about all of this. With TJ Kirk having the most refined positions on all of this stuff, where he actually was interested in having like some form of principles in talking about a lot of these sort of topics, in particular. With a lot of these fucking guys, back during those days, yes, Hunter Avallone as well. Hunter Avallone has like completely, well, flipped. In fact, I mean, it was Chewonhead who pretty much convinced Vosh to actually talk to Hunter Avallone to make, because Vosh was about to head into that debate to just like completely shit on him and whatever, like there's no redeeming quality, yada yada. It was in fact Chew who convinced Vosh to say like, actually, like try to talk to him like a normal human being, he may be gettable. And he ended up being, well, gettable, because he mostly got disillusioned with a lot of the positions of the right. But that's a differing sort of story here, right? A lot of these people do tend to get very disillusioned, right? Because they will, you know, snap back to reality and just be like, oh, wow, these guys are actually like a bunch of charlatans and fucking liars. But that's, of course, a whole differing can of worms. I'm kind of going off on a little bit of a ramble here. Basically what I'm saying here is, for a lot of these like videos back in these days, right, the cringe posts and whatnot from like Chewonhead and all this fucking nonsense, a lot of these were just like rooted in some ideological basis that was some form of like proto left-leaning, socially democratic sort of principles. None of these people knew how to exactly express it, and then it took something like a Bernie Sanders in 2016 to bring out that exact sort of more class basis and knowledge from these individuals for them to realize, like, oh, wait, I've always been this particular sort of ideological predilection, I just did not know how to exactly like express it properly. And that's like the importance of political education that's really being highlighted here, when at this point in time, liberal feminists at this juncture were not really interested in that whatsoever. Yes, part of it is also a lot of contrarianism. You are correct there, Zane, absolutely. But for a bunch of these people, I would say mostly Chris Ray Gun and TJ Kirk, they had some form of ideological principle that was trying to guide this forward. They were just not exactly, shall we say, refined in terms of how to express it. And since we're talking about the early days of YouTube, very, very little of this was refined to the point that it is now.
Oh, good, it's over.
Oh, fuck, she's back. Feminism in 2014 America is completely pointless. It's just a label that people are putting on themselves to feel special because—
Why do I sound so cute? It's just a label people are putting on themselves like, oh, someone protect her. She doesn't know how bad it's gonna get.
it's the special snowflake oppression Olympics. Everyone is in this big—
Yeah, obviously this is a fucking dog shit fucking argument. Even feminists back then were expressing some very real concerns and positions. The problem is that since they were mostly doing this under a liberal sort of framework, it did not come off very well.
big race to be the most progressive
Basically what I'm saying is that the optics are absolutely fucking rancid.
and the most open-minded and the most oppressed. It is the strangest thing I've ever seen, and it's like infesting like the internet, and it's starting to seep out into the real world, and like I really don't like it.
So a little lore behind this video.
Even back then, Anita and Zoe were intersectional. Yeah, probably. Like, maybe not Anita as much. I don't know as much about Zoe Quinn. Anita Sarkeesian, like, we've taken a look at her most sort of, like, popular videos. In terms of, like, the criticisms that she had, I like, because we didn't, like, watch many of her, like, earlier sort of stuff. Could we point out the more sort of, like, BuzzFeed liberal feminism and all the problems? Yeah, sure, absolutely, right? But her most popular videos, we've seen them on the channel. They were not particularly terrible. I thought they were fine. In, like, a sort of, like, simple, like, lens. It's just like, yeah, you know, talking about the quote-unquote very edgy era of games that used to exist during that time. Like, mostly the stuff that the questions that she was asking were, why is this like sort of necessary? This seems kind of like silly and maybe rooted in misogyny. And I think that's like a pretty reasonable criticism to sort of have. But the problem again with Anita Sarkeesian for the most part is that those videos were meant to reach a particular sort of like journalistic audience and game developer audience to make them think about a lot of their design choices and decisions within the development of their video games, and make people start to ask some questions. That's what the point of it was. But those videos broke containment, and then, well, all the dumb fucks, quote-unquote, skeptics got onto it. That's, like, really about it. Yeah, exactly, Zane. Yeah, for the average person, when the most progressive person was Obama, yeah, the optics were chopped. That's like the biggest problem in terms of all of this. And all these charlatans decided to take advantage.
Before we continue, first of all, Obama was president. Okay, this was before the Trump era. In fact, this was like months before Gamergate even popped off. This is ancient. Some of you don't even remember a time before Trump. Like, Trump is your normal. You don't remember what the political and cultural landscape was like before Trump. That is like crazy to me. Anyway, at this time I was like 23, 24, working at a makeup counter in the mall, and I noticed all the people around me were changing. Their personalities were shifting. They were becoming like very unfunny and like offended at everything. It was very weird. One example that sticks out in my mind for some reason was my friend screamed in my other friend's ear. My friend was like, "Ah, you're gonna make me go deaf." And then my other friend was like, "That's not funny. My brother's half deaf." I don't know why that one sticks out, but like that was a pivotal moment where I was like, what the fuck is going on? Also,
Okay. Okay. We are talking about Shooned here. The fact that this is all seemingly caused and stemming from some like random anecdote, I don't know, it doesn't really surprise me all that much, I'm gonna be honest.
We later found out that her brother was in fact not half deaf, but anyway, the only thing I traced it back to was they all used the same website.
This video is mostly about
Tumblr? Yep.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Oh my god, is
Hi,
that
Big
Big
Red.
Red? Oh my god, just blast from the past with his face here. This woman should get some kind of like compensation for being on so many YouTubers' thumbnails. She was the face of the triggered feminist SJW for years. Number one! Number one!
Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna be honest here. The clip from Big Red was also like very out of context, like extremely out of context. And here's the thing: if Shooned was like watching the full thing in context, she probably wouldn't really have much of a problem in terms of the behavior of Big Red. I don't really have much of a problem with the behavior of Big Red either, because the whole like screeching feminist thing that a lot of these dumbasses were pushing specifically about Big Red, it was just, like I said before, it was just like completely out of context. And it's just like, well, none of these guys ever showed the context, because I've seen the full video of it, and it was like reasonable. Like, she was having like a normal conversation with a dude, and then she started getting a little bit more like animated and emotioned, and then they got their fucking clip, and that's that. It was completely like out of context, random sort of clip and image, and then they decided to fucking run with it. And it's just like, well, this is not very honest. We're not like engaging with anything. We're not engaging with the fact that she was like kind of normal. I mean, it's either that or it's either that or like fucking Trigglypuff. That's like the other girl that they sort of use. Or the other SJW who was like basically like yelling about the fact that Trump won in 2016. That's the other one that they use. And honestly, like even her, I mean, her just being kind of mad about the fact that Trump won. It's like, yeah, a lot of people were just mad about the fact that Trump just won. Yeah, like that's really about it. But then again, like a bunch of these people, by the way, really didn't sort of like pop up or show up until like 2016 anyways. But I mean, Seanhead is correct here in saying that a lot of this was like 2014 was about the time when a lot of this stuff would start to just basically pop off.
Shut the f up for a second! Now, if you would shut the f up for the 50th millionth time!
And then it was this other person. Where are these people nowadays? I wonder what they're up to.
Tumblr is the reason there is just this outbreak and infestation of SJWs, ruining my internets and ruining my real life and just sucking the sense of humor out of so many people I know.
Tumblr was very...
Yeah, I didn't really like, I'm gonna be honest here, I didn't watch initial Shoe-on-Head videos because they're just like extremely uninteresting to me. The only like... Yeah, she was also talking to a crowd of people, and they were being noisy as fuck. Yeah, that's true, Fox of Fate, but whatever. We're talking about conservatives. None of them are honest. I'm pretty sure there have been multiple, like, video essayists who have talked about, yeah, this was just a bunch of bullshit, and all the far-righters are just spewing a bunch of bullshit about this. But whatever. That's neither here nor there. That's besides the point. Honestly, I had a Tumblr account once, and the only reason why I had a fucking Tumblr account about all of the about that time is because all of my other friends had Tumblr accounts. Really, the only things that were on Tumblr at that time, besides a couple of like a subsect of people who were like the quote unquote like liberal SJW feminists and shit like that, most of it was just pornography, or yeah, most of it was just porn, and the rest of it was just random like pictures, to be honest. I hardly would see, I didn't see anything about like all the like, I don't know, trans communities, all the feminist shit, and all the like, I don't know, quote unquote libtard shit that was happening within Tumblr during that time. Mostly because let's be honest here, most of the normies who would use Tumblr, I don't think like really many of them cared all that much, because it just wasn't really impacting their lives at the moment, and people were just like, hey, look at this like cool photo that I just fucking snapped, and that was it, right? It's just whatever. Yeah, like for a lot of people it didn't appeal to anyone. The only reason why I got one was because I was just like, a bunch of my friends are on here, fuck it, I'll just get one as well, whatever. Yeah, you're just reposting memes. I mean, it's like any other social media platform. You just kind of do whatever. And, like, again, it's all... Because here's the thing with a lot of, like, the positions of Gamergaters and whatnot. A lot of it is just, like, a schizophrenic conspiracy theory for these dudes to essentially justify all of their dumb fucking videos and talking points. Because that's, like, what it is in reality. It's just an excuse for a lot of these guys to just make content.
Very popular back then, but there was like some dark evil energy coming from it, and I sensed it. And at the time, that is where I thought all this woke SJW shit was coming from. Little did I know, like a lot of these people on Tumblr were college kids. All this like rape culture, white supremacist bullshit was coming from the college classroom. And at the time, I didn't know. I was just a humble makeup salesman, so I was really confused, and I felt like I was going crazy. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to boot up the Shoe-on-Head channel. I'm gonna vent and make a video. Nobody's gonna fucking see it. I don't care. As far as I knew, there was no other videos online talking about this subject, so I just filmed it, edited it, uploaded it, and left. Like I didn't check the comment section, and I didn't even know that Thunderfoot, a YouTuber, shared my video, and that's how it originally blew up. And from there, I found out.
So, Okay, ancient YouTuber lore time right now. Thunderfoot is also an old anti-SJW skeptic type. He's always been a skeptic type. Because you want to know what he's doing now? Science debunks. And he does very good science debunks. Thunderfoot's an old head in terms of YouTube. Very, very old. In terms of, like, YouTube sort of skeptic stuff. Because guess what? He's a YouTube skeptic. Who now turned into a science communicator. Who's pretty much reneged on all of his, like, dumb fucked skeptic behavior. Which is very, very funny. You know? Yes. He shifted, I believe, significantly left as well. Thunderfoot's another one of the old guard sort of like YouTubers who also shifted significantly sort of left as well. But back during those days, he also used to be a dumb fuck like anti-SJW sort of like anti-woke type during the times of, well, during Gamergate and whatnot as well. That's a very good point there, Corvid. Yes, I forgot about Jeff Holiday. Jeff Holiday also, it was a YouTube skeptic during the time, vis-a-vis sort of like Amazing Atheist, but not as big as Amazing Atheist. But he too was also a YouTube skeptic who also reneged on all that stuff and pushed also further left as well. That's a fantastic. I completely. Okay. I wanted to also mention Jeff Holiday, but I was not like 100% certain if he was also like a YouTube skeptic type. But whatever. In terms of like a lot of these positions of like a lot of these dudes with like Thunderfoot and whatnot, a lot of these individuals sort of like reneged on their positions, or they went further down the sort of like pipeline. Like you know, we could like point to a bunch of differing examples of people, but yeah, a bunch of the old skeptics either went far left or far right, whereas with Shoe-on-Head, she was just kind of really stupid and wanted to dip her toe in one flavor and then decided to be like, I don't like this flavor, I'm gonna do the other one instead, mostly because she's like, I don't know, whatever her sort of partner believes in at the time. Again, we've done the whole meme, yada yada yada, whatever. Married to Eudaimonia, yada yada yada. The thing with a lot of these dudes is either they were just like significantly misinformed and something happened in their lives to basically change their perspectives, or otherwise, I guess I was like, I was talking about, what was it? Thunderfoot at this point in time, right? A lot of these dudes either went far left or far right, and they basically just decided to renege on a lot of their old positions. A bunch of them fucking apologized, saying like, yeah, I was just like completely wrong, and I'm a bit of a dumbass for believing in the things that I used to believe in. And then they started just shifting away from that. And for a lot of these guys, it's like differing sort of like reasonings for as to why this is the case. I don't know what caused it for Thunderfoot, but Amazing Atheist has always just been like consistent in terms of his more left-leaning sort of predilections. He just didn't, like I said before, necessarily have the correct tools in order to be able to sort of express that in a refined sort of manner. So he came off looking like a, well, dumb fuck, like anti, far right, like skeptic type, even though he's not one at all. But he palled around with a bunch of those like skeptic types, so he was like persona non grata. Same with Chris Ray-Gun. Same with like a lot of these dudes, where they ended up being like, well, it was mostly because of like Trump and a bunch of other stuff as well. Influx of Nazis into the fandoms as well, where they all just like decided to say, nah, fuck that. Clearly, a lot of the messaging that I said, and I think like they've all said this in various interviews. Like I think like when TJ Kirk was talking with Demon Mama, and I think Chris Ray-Gun was talking with Vosh, they all said the exact same thing, where they were just like, yeah, like we had no idea during those times that our videos were basically going to be used by a bunch of propagandists, far-right propagandists, in order to spread their fucking bullshit. Because they didn't agree with that whatsoever. Like, both TJ Kirk and also Chris Ray Gun. And then they started seeing a lot of these dudes come up in Trump, and that's what basically like snapped them back into reality. And they were just like, oh fuck, I may have contributed to something actually really, really bad without knowing it. Fuck my life. And like, I don't necessarily fault those guys in particular, because like, we're all young and stupid, and this was an emerging medium at the time. We had no idea that it was going to essentially be weaponized in this way by the far right and people within power in order to gain, well, the prominence, politically speaking, that they were looking for. That's, like, mostly what it is. Someone who was falling down the chud line, TJ was definitely used a lot. Exactly, even though TJ would not agree with any of those guys. Same with Chris Ray Gun. Those guys have been consistent in terms of their more left-leaning predilections. I would also maybe say that's the case for Jeff Holiday, but that one I'm not 100% certain on. Shuon Head's the only one who's just like, I don't know, completely all over the place. Mostly because she's stupid.
No. Oh, there's more people who agree with me. I found like Sargon of Akkad and like the Honey Badgers. It was crazy to feel like, oh, I'm not going insane. Things are changing.
They're all in this big competition to see who can be the most progressive and the most tolerant, at the same time being the most annoying and the most intolerant people that I've ever met in my life. It is just a big, it's the oppression Olympics. Labeling yourself.
Oh boy, the paradox of intolerance being bastardized in the way. Okay, here's the thing. With like a lot of people who are intolerant of intolerance, if they want to be intolerant of it, that is their ultimate fucking decision. They could do that if they want. It's pretty fucking simple, to be honest.
As a feminist, stop it. It is not a movement anymore. You do not need it. Nobody needs it. You have every single right that every guy has now. Like most feminists on the internet just hate men.
Now, if you can believe it, and this might be hard.
Fun fact, yeah, Shuon Head is not correct in that particular instance. Duh, obviously. There's a pedophile rapist who's currently president right now, and Shuon Head may potentially mention that herself. Jeff Holiday was always a small L libertarian. He was just a shitposter who was surprised some folks took the ironic racism seriously. Oh, so just heavy amount of irresponsibility.
To believe while watching this video. This was transgressive back in the day. This was like crazy to hear online back then, especially coming from a woman. We're saying things like, oh, feminism is doo-doo and like obvious ass like people have a victim complex these days. That was like sacrilegious. And now it's like nothing. Now it's like wallpaper. Everyone thinks that. Every day there's like a new racist e-girl popping up and saying the N-word and then falling off a week later. Like if this video came out today, it would get like no views because it's the most basic shit ever. This video almost got me fired from my job. You know, like they found out where I worked, they called my boss, they were like, she hates women, like all this stuff. When it first blew up, most of the comments were negative. It was just a bunch of angry women being like, you're a handmaiden of the patriarchy. Like this was before the term pick me existed. Handmaiden of the patriarchy. That goes kind of hard. Can we bring that back? Okay, so
well, a lot of that came from The Handmaid's Tale, which is kind of where that is, well, specifically being mentioned of. And in a technical sense, yes, the argument there is saying that yes, you're a handmaid of the patriarchy can be correct there. Now, is it exactly sort of like accurate to say that, oh, you saying all this bullshit in a sort of like unrefined sense that you barely sort of like understood what you were doing back during those times is accurate? No. But then again, like this is what I mean when I said like with quote unquote like liberal pop feminism. The biggest issue with liberal pop feminists was since a lot of their quote unquote analysis was not rooted within any form of like class consciousness, within any sort of like intersectional sort of thinking. The biggest fucking issue with a lot of these like quote unquote liberal feminist types is that it was always about like the identity instead of sort of like talking about the root class and ideological sort of problems that have made it such that these are the reasons for as to why we have been led to the current positions of like patriarchal sort of like capitalism. None of these people would ever critique capitalism or the economic sort of system, because if they unironically also made those criticisms at the same time instead of like doing the I don't know, like annoying ass like man hate feminism bit or whatever the fuck, I do think that unironically these that this movement, quote unquote, during like 2014 and Gamergate itself, I don't think would have like really picked up in the way that it did. I'm gonna be quite honest.
So that was the first video. Let's watch another one, shall we? This is called Social Justice League vs. Gamers.
May or may not have noticed,
boy.
I've been fully
Gamers.
immersed in this whole Gamergate thing since it started like 2 months ago.
Gamergate was 2 months ago? Oh my god. For those of you who don't know what Gamergate was, you know what, don't worry about it, it's not important. Some woman allegedly slept with someone and now the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Things happened in between that, but that's basically the gist of it. Editing shoe here. I decided to actually put in a brief explanation because genuinely a lot of you might not know. Gamergate kicked off when game devs and game journalists were accused of sleeping with—
Oh no, not fuck. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Gamergate, it's just stupid. There's just, again, it's quote unquote, the whole meme was about ethics in games journalism, because Zoe Quinn allegedly slept with some jabroni. I don't remember the name of the fuck jabroni. Doesn't really matter at this point in time. Who was a games journalist, and apparently this is what the Gamergaters alleged, that this was some form of pay for play scheme. It was not. No evidence was presented for that being the case whatsoever. The Gamergaters lied. Shocker, I know.
with each other for better game reviews. A bunch of journalists then coordinated anti-gamer hit pieces, all coming out around the exact same day, saying things like gamers are dead and focusing on how sexist and white and male gaming spaces were. It was a mess that went on for like 3 years, arguably longer, and many people cite it as one of the first major culture wars online. People went to the UN to talk about sexism in gaming. There was even a Law and Order episode about evil sex.
Okay, Shuonhead is incorrect here, actually. What Anita Sarkeesian went to the UN for was talking about organized harassment. Because she was getting harassed, Shu.
Gamers.
These guys, they just can't stand women in gaming. What they do? They leveled up.
Also, Logan Paul was in that episode for some reason. It was a weird time. Anyway.
Seeing good friends of mine get labeled as misogynist, sexist, racist, only for enjoying video games and seeing through this very obvious agenda pushing, 100% no. I honestly could not imagine being so deluded that you actually make yourself believe that all gamers are white, cis, males who are worse than ISIS. I'm not even mad, I'm actually like impressed that these people have the ability. They're like champions of mental gymnastics of the oppression Olympics.
God, fucking Jesus Christ. The funniest thing about this is that you can literally find this exact same video probably like nowadays, I'm going to be honest, which really says something, I'm going to be honest here. The fact that we can find this exact same video in like an AI generated sort of fucking meme is, I don't know. Can we get the cooked? Can we just say cooked? Are we just cooked? Is it Jover for us? I don't know. I think it might be Jover for us, guys.
SJW, logic, and facts. Oh my god.
Coming in like, I like this, I like that, I like this. This character doesn't look like me. She's not frumpy and below average. It makes me insecure. Change it. Change this. I don't like this. I don't like that. I don't even play that, but I don't like it. There could be a fucking black, Mexican, Chinese, demisexual, lesbian, feminist, otherkin in a wheelchair with no legs and shit. And these crybabies would still not be happy.
Oh my god, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. They still do this shit. They still invade nerdy male spaces and force them to cater to them. They're still
yeah, Shu. Yet you still fucking contribute to this environment, Shu. Shu. This is a moment for reflection, Shu. Shu. This is a moment where you can reflect and potentially learn something. She's not gonna learn anything, guys. I don't think she's gonna learn anything, guys. Oh god.
Purposely making female characters like ugly and frumpy. You still can't pander to them because they'll never be happy.
Take a look at this.
It's a frightening and disgusting trend in the world of online
Okay,
games.
the funniest thing about this is that you can also say the exact same argument now of all the right-wingers. How many fucking right-wingers are there who constantly bitch, moan, and fucking complain all the time about all the women being extremely fucking ugly? And then you look at, I don't know, you present one random woman in some AAA game saying like, I don't know, this is a woman from a AAA game, I think she looks fine or whatever. And these people will just like cry because she doesn't have like huge honking bazongers. And it's just like, dog, none of these people were able to be fucking satisfied. It's just stupid, and you fucking ignore them and you call them the cringe ass fucking losers that they always were.
Gaming hackers rewriting code to simulate sexual assault.
Sam Meggs stopped playing online over a year ago because of what she calls a misogynistic mentality that already exists in the world of gaming. The graphics are so good, this attack is eerily realistic.
Oh, that's sex? been doing it wrong? God damn!
Oh my god, I forgot all about the traffic cone. My dad literally stole—
Listen, yeah, exactly, Corvid Mommy. So many fucking women want hot gals in fucking gaming. It's just like, just don't be like cringe about it. That's like really about it. Like, don't be like overly pandering and like stupid and annoying about it, right? Like, that's why I really don't like gacha games. It's just like, all right, man. Like, yeah, are all the girls attractive in like a conventional sense in like gacha games or whatever? Yeah, sure, but it's just like, I just find it to be like so over the top and fucking ridiculous. And I was just like, sure, man, fuck it, whatever. It's fun. You just have to have like kind of a little bit of a laugh about it because of just how, like, I don't know, seemingly ridiculous it is.
Stole that traffic cone off the street from me. I was like, Dad, I need a traffic cone for this video I'm doing. He like took it off the street and he's like, here you go. He didn't even like ask what it was for. I was just like, thanks. Like, it's good to have a supportive father in your life. So this one is called Average is Beautiful.
Race together? Wow, how progressive!
Oh my god, Race Together. I forgot all about this. In 2014, Starbucks did this thing called Race Together, where I shit you not, they made baristas write hashtag Race Together on the cups to encourage discussion about race relations with customers.
Oh yeah, let's get rid of race relation, like, tension by just making awkward conversation about race at Starbucks. Why?
Here's the thing, right? And this is like the quote-unquote like left-wing sort of positions and sentimentalities here, because this is something that can be actually interesting. Yeah, talking about corporate fucking pandering, right? Because nobody likes a corporation that fucking panders. That shit's cringe as fuck. No one gives a fuck about any of this stuff. We all know about the meme of like, silence brand, no one fucking likes you, blah 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 blah, right? Shut your goofy ass up, right? And the thing is like, there's a lot of like appropriate directions that can be like taken with this specifically. The problem is that with a lot of the individuals we're talking about here, with like a lot of the quote-unquote skeptic types, none of them were ever really particularly interested whatsoever in terms of actually engaging with those like baseline sort of class sort of criticisms, right? Yeah, nobody liked the day Slop Bucks fucking cup, okay? Nobody, yeah, all the like, I don't know, they didn't write Merry Christmas on my Slop Bucks cup or whatever. Oh, they had to do like this on my Slop Bucks cup or blah, 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 blah. Nobody fucking liked any of that stuff. They were just doing some like random bullshit that some corporate advisor told them to do. Is saying that, yeah, we can maybe get like a return of like a profit margin if we do this by like, I don't know, like 0.25%. And some dude was just like, all we have to do is just like write some shit in Sharpie to do that. Yeah, fuck it, let's fucking do that, right? The problem there is, fundamentally speaking, with capitalism. There's a class lens, a economic lens that this can all essentially sort of take, where it's like, okay, yes, we can talk about an interesting sort of topic here, an interesting discussion here, saying like, yes, the problem here, fundamentally speaking, is about, oh, the current economic system that we have right now. Problem is that nobody was making that argument at that point in time, because let's just mostly say, I think for the most part it was because of the fact that it just didn't really have an audience for that. And since Gamergate was in full effect, the only like left-leaning sort of content creators that were on at the time would just get like completely and utterly like swamped in like dumb fucking Gamergate sort of like dreck and bullshit, where it's just like, I'm not even like talking about Gamergate stuff or SJW stuff. I'm talking about something completely different that makes it such that like, what's the point of doing that? It's just like fucking stupid. Yeah, the left, we don't want the convo about misogyny to be controlled by corporations. The right, we don't want to have a convo about misogyny at all. Yeah, exactly, Armor and Quills. That's like the biggest problem about this. When there is a valid conversation that should absolutely be had, right? But it shouldn't be done by like dumb fuck annoying corpo ass brands, because fuck those guys. Those guys fucking suck.
They were forcing 18-year-old kids to have awkward-ass discussions with strangers about race. Yeah, can I get a tall cappuccino? Yes, hello. I see you are a person of color. What the fuck were they smoking back then?
I just imagine some black lady, like, on her way to work, walks into Starbucks, like, oh, can I have a latte, please? And the barista just like, ah, I see you are a woman of color.
Oh my god, I made the same fucking joke. I didn't even remember. I did it again. Wow, it's almost like we have the same brain or something.
Listen, social.
Yeah, it's almost as if you didn't learn or reflect anything about... Shu, Shu, this should be an inflection point for you, Shu. Shu. This is not good, Shu. This is a bad thing, Shu. Okay, dude.
Justice. You can like invade video games all you want. You can do whatever you want to comics, but don't touch my Disney. I will send the hounds on you.
Oh God. Nobody tell her. Nobody tell her. Nobody tell her. Weird. Weird. This one is called internal.
Oh God, this is a fucking God. She makes the exact same arguments literally now, dude. Shu, this should be a moment of reflection for you, where you recognize that you don't sound any different than your 20-year-old self. You have a fucking kid, man. This is what happens when you adopt the fucking positions of your fucking boyfriend and you don't have any other, like, politics besides I'm just a stupid fucking bimbo. You turn into Shoe on Head. God, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know, like, listen, the stuff with, like, Rachel Zegler is just, like, it's very overplayed, and just, it's the same shit with, like, Brie Larson. And it's the same shit with the one Ghostbusters lady. Again, was the film itself pretty bad? Yeah, the film itself was bad, but does that mean you need to harass the actress for doing that? No, it's stupid. I do forget the name of the one lady they went after specifically. There's a whole line of just, like, the most annoying, dumb fucking propaganda on the planet, and it always stems from the exact same fucking, like, positions. Mostly, like, these guys just don't like the fact that women have, like, lead roles in, like, acting positions. It's like, that's what it is, man. It's just cringe. It's just cringe, man.
Internalized misogyny.
If you're a woman capable of individual thought, you probably
misogyny.
had the term internalized misogyny thrown at you a few times. So, what is it exactly? Fucking retarded, the end. There are so many stupid feminist rebuttals, but I think internalized misogyny has to be, like, my top favorite. Right after she's doing it for male attention and she'll learn when she's older. She'll learn when she's older, as if one day it's just gonna be like,
Happy birthday to you.
Okay, Shu, the reason why quote-unquote people say you learn when she's older is because when you're older, you gain more experiences of the world. Oh, but she never really gained any experiences about the world around her because she was always a fucking YouTuber. So, guess what? Stunted growth in that particular respect. Oh, Shu. Maybe you were always just doomed from the start.
holy shit, manspreading is an issue!
I am literally older now than I was meant to be in that skit about the future. And I did not, in fact, learn when I got older. I got worse.
These people have an excuse and a buzzword.
Again, Shu, that should be a time for you to reflect. That's not a... Shu, that's not a good thing, Shu. That's bad, Shu.
Word for everything. Racist, sexist, MRA, right-wing, conservative, privilege.
Oh my god, MRA. I forgot about MRAs. Oh my god. MRAs were men's rights activists. And before people were getting called like incel online for criticizing women or supporting men, they were being called MRA. Yes, it was considered a incel.
Yeah, exactly. There, Zane and also Daleks. Yeah, she got more stupid and more dense and didn't genuinely learn anything whatsoever. Again, if we want a case study on the death of subjectivity, Shoe on Head is a perfect fucking case.
Back then to care about men's rights. This was before the modern red pill. This was before
assume
Tate, Clavicular, Fresh and Fit. We had like Roosh V.
For the longest time, I wanted to do a post on how to...
Who is a Nazi now, by the way. Shocker, I know. Roosh V is a really big weirdo.
Approach girls that are ordering a drink at the bar. So what I did is I went to the toy store and I bought some dolls. These two are the cute girls who you want to have sex with.
That was our Andrew Tate back then.
MRA, right-wing, conservative, privilege. They do this to move the goalposts. So then you're like, oh wait, I'm not an MRA. This is why I'm not an MRA.
That's why you don't play the game. Like, I didn't know this at the time. I was naive and stupid. But you don't fight back. You don't go
the reason... Okay. It's not supposed to be words that are used to deflect. They are labels, but again, it depends on when someone calls someone a misogynist or like whatever. It doesn't just come out of fucking nowhere. Generally speaking, no. It's just like, well, you're exuding a particular pattern of behavior that is worthy of fucking criticism. Like that's generally speaking like what's happening, right? But for whatever reason, Shoe on Head just... I mean, she said it herself, guys. She's not very receptive to the fucking positions whatsoever. She herself did not learn... Yeah, she didn't fucking learn anything whatsoever. It's just, I don't know, man. It's just kind of annoying, dude.
like, oh no, I'm not right wing. I voted for Bernie. I have a gay friend. Like, no, shut up. No, you just have to go, okay, and even if you're not, because literally all they have is the ists and the isms. Defending yourself from their thought-terminating buzzwords is just, it's useless. It's a waste.
That's not... By the way, this is not even the fucking case whatsoever. I mean, back then, a lot of these people, like I said before, were not exactly prepared. Or really, honestly, not prepared. Just, we're not, like, equipped rhetorically, I would say, in order to be able to push back against a lot of these fucking morons, because, for the most part, like, let's be honest here, why the fuck should they? I don't know, man. Like, people have come a long way from fucking woke 1.0, let's be honest here. Especially in terms of, like, because the problem with a lot of this stuff is it was an issue of mostly communication and people purposefully, like, misconstruing a lot of the positions these individuals would have. That's, like, the biggest problem.
Waste of time. I wish I knew that back then. So this is my most viewed video ever. 10 million views. Demonetized. Haven't seen a single cent from that video. Awesome. Anyway.
So we all know BuzzFeed is the internet equivalent of ass cancer. We know this, and I'm pretty sure the website is a government experiment created to test my patience.
Is that a Mr. Meeksy shirt? Oh my god, dude. Back when Rick and Morty was funny.
They're known for hits like, let's get fat women to do poses only fit gymnasts can do, being a woman is hard because compliments, and damage control the video. So without further ado...
Yeah, I've mentioned BuzzFeed feminism before, right? It was to essentially just take the sort of, the emergence of, like, liberal pop feminism and try to fucking monetize it, which was, for BuzzFeed, highly fucking successful, but was very much so to the detriment of everybody else.
I present to you 36 questions feminists have for men.
They were just pumping out videos like this constantly. Every week, another mass-produced, corpo-slop, anti-man, anti-white video.
So when you see the word white, what comes to mind? Privilege. I think power.
We can never let this happen again. I don't care if Trump blows up the world, okay? They can make Israel a 51st state, as long as I never have to hear,
hey fellow white guy,
ever again.
How does it feel to be the same sex as Donald Trump?
How does it feel to be the same sex as someone I personally politically disagree with? The man.
Yeah, but no one makes these videos anymore, man. Yeah, that's a good point, Armor and Quills. BuzzFeed did walk so Jubilee could run, but at the very least, Jubilee is, like... I don't think Jubilee is as bad as fucking BuzzFeed, I'm gonna be honest here.
Man is literally Satan to these people. Like, they could have said Hitler. They basically meant Hitler. Trump is their Hitler. It's very trendy to hate Trump right now.
Oh wow.
I'm pretty left-leaning, but I've been called a Trump supporter like 6 times in the past few months.
6 times? 6 times? Oh, you poor baby. Try 6,000.
Shu, don't fucking do this bullshit, by the way. Shu, you decided to have a hard right turn because you married a fucking tradcath, and you caused like a dumbass fucking culture war storm with your stupid Balenciaga video, which you were in the wrong about, Shu, and you decided to not take any responsibility for any of your actions. Like, fucking spare me the theatrics.
At the time, the anti-woke, anti-SJW genre was mostly full of liberals. It was mostly liberals criticizing, all of this stuff, all of this woke behavior. We all saw this as...
Oh, no. No, it wasn't. Well, okay, maybe, like, really, really early on in, like, 2012, right around there, she would be correct. But it got fucking adopted, absolutely... Gamergate onwards by all the, like, dumbfuck right-wingers.
Not real liberalism. This isn't the real left. The real left cares about, like, real equality and workers' rights and blah, 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 blah. We wanted to call our side out. Obviously...
Okay, I'm gonna be honest here. Like, okay. Because this is the same thing that Chris Ray Gun and TJ Kirk also said as well. So she's gonna be correct here, overall. The problem is that I don't even think back then a lot of these guys like TJ Kirk or Chris Ray Gun or like even like Jeff Holiday or whatever were putting this in the frame of class. Like, not really. Mostly because they didn't have the particular language in order to be able to express that in the most palatable of ways, right? So it's kind of, it's like a yes and a no kind of a deal. Like, class politics in a more sort of like liberal lens. And we all know that's not for like exactly effective.
that didn't work, but we tried.
Why do you have to sit with your legs so wide open?
Men have balls. Oh my god, manspreading. One of the top issues
boy,
people would talk about
manspreading.
nonstop back then was men sitting with their legs slightly open on public transportation. It was seen as some like patriarchal like statement of power or some shit. Like every week we had to hear about manspreading.
Manspreading is when a man spreads his physical body to take up as much space as humanly possible.
What happened to all these little pet issues they were all upset about? I guess like people can't afford houses now, right? They can't find jobs. I don't think they have energy to talk about the f***ing pink tax or manspreading or whatever.
Why are straight guys so obsessed with lesbians?
Wow.
I'm gonna be honest here. It's because the economic dire straits were just not as bad, right? Like the Great Recession happened. The adverse consequences of the Great Recession were not felt quite yet. Like it was bad and quite unstable, but it did not get to the point of time where it was like, oh, yeah, dude, no one can afford a house. There's pedophiles who basically run all the fucking corporations, and everything is fucking terrible. It didn't get to that point quite yet. It was about to get to that fucking point, but it really took Trump to sort of, I don't know, like solidify the losses of the Great Recession, let's say for lack of a better term, and make it such that, oh yeah, dude, like in terms of the economic dire straits that we're in, it's looking real bad, people. The only issues they had experienced personally was shit like manspreading. Yeah, exactly, Zane. But like that, and also fucking Gamergate, where it was just like, oh man, like all the pixel boobs are not as big as they could be. Grr, how could they? Like, yeah, no one has suffered yet. And it's a very, very good point that you keep bringing up constantly. The suffering was simply not put in place. And like I mentioned earlier, we had not faced or felt really the adverse consequences of what the Great Recession basically had for us quite yet. It was starting, and in terms of a lot of the economic recoveries as well that Barack Obama did, and then all the tomfoolery that the Trump administration started pulling, didn't really take full effect quite yet. Now, unfortunately, it has now all taken effect, and it's really bad, believe it or not.
This chocolate bar sure is good, but you know what would make it better? Wow, another chocolate bar, two of a thing I like, together.
People still come to my channel to this day
cringe.
and leave comments on my videos like, are you the chocolate bar girl? My legacy.
Why do I deserve to be paid less than you?
The wage gap is simply the average earnings of men and women working full-time. It does not count for different job positions, hours worked, or different jobs. It has nothing to do with the same job. It has nothing to do with discrimination.
So the reason I have a button...
Yeah, that's not true, by the way. The wage cap discourse, again, it's specifically about within like certain corporate jobs where certain people have gotten paid less than they should on average in comparison to their white male sort of counterparts. It has happened. It's been recorded. It is just a fact, but whatever, man.
That debunks the wage gap is because back in the day you could not escape hearing about the fucking fake-ass 77-cent wage gap bullshit. I don't think you hear about the wage gap anymore because young women are starting to out-earn young men, so that's a little awkward.
Why are women perceived?
Yeah, that's mostly because of them all going to universities and men aren't getting educated anymore, Shu. It's because of that, and more women are being put into the fucking workforce and are more educated in comparison to men. That's why.
Perceived as the weaker sex.
Because on average, we are. It's a fact. Trigger warning. Facts.
Libs owned. Trigger warning.
Libs
Facts.
owned, guys.
Okay, Ben Shapiro, calm down. I thought that was such a mic drop.
Are you intimidated by a woman who makes more money than you? That's awesome. More money.
So when women make less, it's called the wage gap. But when men make less, it's just more money. Sorry, I'm like responding to the old video instead of my video. I forget how stupid these talking points were, dude. And sorry, I'm just watching these videos and I'm thinking about all the fucking people on Reddit.
That's because, again, I don't know how many times this has to be said. It's because fucking pop feminism is just, it was just bad. It was stupid and bad, and I hate it. Because it just doesn't make effective arguments, but whatever. I don't care.
Who were like, shoe on head sent me down the alt-right pipeline. Really? This is what did it? How the fuck is it my responsibility if you watch milquetoast ass shit like this and start goose stepping? I went down the alt-right pipeline. I was a Nazi. First of all, no you weren't. No you weren't. You probably watched some Ben Shapiro owns college liberal compilations, and then some other YouTuber years later told you that's what being a Nazi is, and that actually having the politics of a Walmart HR department is salvation. Like, can we fucking relax? I'm sorry, I don't
What is this fucking talking point here exactly? But what is she fucking yapping on about? No, I mean it's all meant to be a funnel. If we talk about like the ideological perspectives of a Ben Shapiro, he's absolutely a fascist. I mean that's just true, right? He is a nationalist, well, Jewish nationalist, of course, in being a Zionist, in terms of like its ideological predilections, in terms of what he believes in terms of economic positions. In terms of the belief of the sort of like ethno-supremacist lens that Ben Shapiro also believes in, yeah, he's absolutely some form of a fascist, or you can even make the claim Nazi as well. You could, right? I think that the Nazi bit there is a little bit more difficult. He doesn't really do the Jewish conspiracism as much as Nazis do, but there is an argument that can be made. I wouldn't necessarily really agree with it, but you can make it, and I'll just be like, okay, I mean, sure. The problem is, again, is with a lot of the alt-right pipeline in terms of how this functions. A lot of the video essayists that talked about it in terms of the funnel that is the alt-right pipeline, they are correct in those prescriptions. They are just right when they say these things, right? This was, quote-unquote, the alt-right pipeline during that point in time, and a bunch of people were responsible, actively so, for being the sort of, like, metaphorical, like, starting point of that funnel. I mean, it's just a fact. It is what it is. Like, it's one of those situations where I just, like, look at it and just say, like, well, yeah, like, duh, obviously. This is just how the essential sort of propagandistic sort of lines are supposed to happen, or how it functions ultimately. Like, you can have a problem with it, you can dispute that or whatever, and that's like, sure, fine, whatever. But for one thing that is absolutely for certain, you can definitely say for sure that people like Ben Shapiro, people like a lot of these like skeptic types, were absolutely funnel points, or like, you know, positions for people to be like, yes, this is my sort of like radicalizational sort of like pipeline or whatever. And it's happened. It's been provably, not provably happening. Like, this is behavior that's been like happening throughout the entirety, not the entirety of the internet, but throughout the entirety of this whole sort of like, I don't know, like anti-woke, like, sort of positions that we find ourselves under. Anti-woke positions. This whole sort of like anti-woke, like Gamergate and all this bullshit that we find ourselves under. It makes sense that a lot of these dudes will eventually just like fall down these like particular pipelines, and that there's a bunch of people who ended up being those like starting points. Your skeptic YouTubers during the time, and you had a lot of responsibility to play in terms of all of that shit. I mean, it's just a fact. I don't know, man. Like, I always just find this shit to be like particularly annoying when she just like decides to downplay all of this stuff, basically, because it's just like, it's an obviously like recognizable and noticeable pattern of behavior that we can always comment on. Yeah, like you're saying, Corvid, yeah, if she was smart, she would have been going through these old vids and giving more data or better arguments, but it's also cringe. Yeah, because she's not actually interested in that. She's not reflected or learned anything whatsoever, but whatever.
I understand that YouTubers and streamers from this era who have like trolls remorse about this shit, that feel guilty for making fun of this stuff back then because they think them making fun of this stuff gave rise to Trump and whatever. It's like, no, this stuff gave rise to Trump, not you reacting to it. Like, why wouldn't you make fun of this shit? It's ridiculous and it's counterproductive. Like, you wonder why so many Gen Z men are further right than like boomer men. It's not because they watched a YouTuber called BuzzFeed cringe, right? It's because BuzzFeed and things like it, the media, academia, the culture that they grew up in. A reactionary movement needs something to react to. Like, this shit, as goofy as it was harmful. It was harmful to society.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer.
Chewonhead, do you know what a scapegoat is? I don't think she knows what a scapegoat is. She doesn't know that.
Society in general, and it was harmful to like the left because this is how people saw the left. Trump wasn't elected specifically because BuzzFeed, right? I'm like, that's stupid. But there
Well, I'm curious then why on earth did a lot of people think that Kamala Harris was too extreme, right? During like 2024, or even like during 2020 or something. Like, people thought that the quote-unquote left was going way too fucking far. Is that substantiated in any sort of like meaningful way? No, not really, but that's also a sort of like line as well that people also believed. It's almost as if a lot of this stuff is just very complicated, and there's like no two sort of like through lines or pathways that exactly leads to someone getting fucking radicalized. Because if we're talking about like normies and whatever, it's actually really fucking complicated.
Was this like slingshot effect against woke one, but more importantly, there was a hole in politics left from a do-nothing neoliberal neocon establishment that was just waiting to be filled by populists, and Trump filled that hole. Trump filled America's hole. He got America pregnant, and 9 months later, out pops a war with Iran. And America's like, I didn't ask for this. Well, why'd you open your legs, whore? Sorry, you were asking for it. Okay, sorry. Anyway, now people online are like, oh, woke 2 is gonna be great. Woke 2 is gonna hit like crack.
If you thought we were woke before, you done went and woke the beast. Welcome to Woke 2.0.
Do you want?
I don't know, man. I really do hope that fucking Woke 2.0 is not going to be co-opted by the Democrats and by fucking liberals who do not actually understand the point at all whatsoever. Because guess what? It's about being a fucking asshole, because some people deserve to be, I don't know, shit-talked. Yeah, some people deserve to be shit-talked. I don't know, man. Like, I'm just hoping that this is not going to be a complete fucking shit show.
Hitler too? Because that's how you get Hitler too. We are not doing this shit again. I would kindly advise against it. If you look at everything happening now, like literal pedophiles running the world, bills being passed to merge our military with foreign militaries, a bunch of AI surveillance cameras popping up everywhere, bombs we pay for with our tax dollars against our will going to blow up children, all of this shit seems extremely petty and unimportant. But it was part of this like deeply subversive, destructive rot in society. I used to always say that culture war was a distraction from class war, and for the most part, I still kind of think that's true, but I can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, you know?
It's a little class reductionist, but she's not exactly inaccurate here. Not exactly.
I want the rich to pay their fair share, and also want my children to grow up in a world where it's not socially acceptable to hate them. Yeah, these videos were a little cringe, and like, I think they
not socially acceptable to fucking hate them. Jesus Christ, man. That's not the point, man.
That poorly. Some of the jokes are really cringe, and like, facts and logic, liberals. I pretty much do the same videos, but now
I'm gonna be honest here, Shoe on Head. The problem is that you refuse to fucking reflect and learn from any of your mistakes. That's the problem people are having specifically with you, Shoe on Head. You just refuse to learn anything. But will Shoe on Head ever like acknowledge that point? No.
now they're more like organized and structural and scripted. I do the same videos, but in a more medicated sort of way. Big Vivans has taken away your millennial quirk chunguses. Big Pharma won't let me go merp. So that was that video. I thought it would be fun to do. What did you guys think? If you want to see my full, raw, unedited reaction to my first video, there is a bonus video up on my Patreon right now. Link down below. What? Down below. Join today. We want you.
Okay, no more self-promo. Whatever. Yeah, this was, I don't know, dog shit for the most part. I mean, listen, some of the points, in terms of, what Shoe on Head is, she is staying, consistent in terms of a lot of the stuff that she said before in the past. Yada, yada, yada. We can't really deny that, obviously. The problem with Shoe on Head is that she just simply refuses to learn.
Cringe.
Yeah, we're dying of cringe. Thank you, Judge Team Sam. The problem specifically with Shoe on Head is that she is refusing to learn from any of her fucking previous fucking behaviors. That's the problem that a lot of people are having with you now, specifically today, Shoe on Head. The fact that you simply just refuse to learn anything. That's the fucking problem. Yes, like you're saying, Zane, the problem that people are having with you is that you are extremely fucking dense. That's a good point there, Armor and Quills. It is easy to be consistent when you never fucking change. It's almost as if that is the definition of consistency. But the problem is that a lot of people are expecting some form of change when you're adopting more left-leaning positions, but Shoe on Head simply has refused to ever change at all and just continue down the same like metaphorical sort of like, I don't know, dumb fuck maelstrom, and then yeah, changes the goalposts to suit her when possible, like you're saying, Boy Meets Me, to suit her fucking positions, because she's just not willing to reflect on any of her fucking actions, because that's what it actually is in reality. Shoe on Head is someone who just does not want to reflect on any of her actions and learn really much of anything from her fucking behaviors, and that's why people criticize her as aggressively as they do. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Shut up, Beta. I'm gonna keep killing the weird balloon creatures. Don't you neg me. Getting negged by Ada. It's epic, dude. Alright, we're now making compacted coal. Hooray. Ada is a DNC show, that's true. That went on a little bit longer than I wanted it to, but I got my fucking compacted coal factory going. It's pretty good, I have to say. I'm happy with it. A nice double layer. Man, I need to blueprint this, like, literal assembler setup so then I don't have to keep making it over and over and over again, because making it over and over and over again is fucking annoying. I'm not gonna lie. It's really fucking annoying. Because I'm just going to keep making the same assembler setup over and over and over and over and over again because it's compact, it's efficient, and it gets the job done. Although, honestly, I could tighten these up a little bit, but I don't want to. I do need to feed the cat eventually. It's almost been 4 hours. Yeah, it's almost been 4 hours. That's fine. We'll just keep going. But I am going to grab some water. I do need some fucking agua. That is important. Alright, gamers. I'm going to be right back. I'm gonna head to the bathroom, stretch my legs, and grab water, and then we're gonna continue yapping about the topics de jour. I'll be right back. who's awake from their nap? Oh, immediately back to sleep. I do need to feed her before I go to bed, obviously. She's gotta get fed. Dear father, you must feed me. Father, I must be fed. Yeah, I need oats. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but instead of oats, it's milk.
Pepe, why are you gay?
Who says I am gay? You are gay. You're just a little guy. I forgot to grab the fucking formula bottle. I need to go grab the formula bottle. That's fine. Alright, formula bottle grabbed. That'll get some time to warm up. Or honestly, I could put it on top of my computer and that'll warm it up probably too quickly. Yeah, probably too quickly. It's gonna feel bad that I'll have to wake up that sleepyhead in order to feed her, but she's gotta be fed. No two ways about it. She is a tiny little kitten. Needs to be fed. Cat cam when? I mean, I have extra webcams. I would just have to set the thing up. Why a kitten that needs to be bottle fed though? Runt of the litter. Also, she's 3 weeks old. So very often, because she was the runt, she wasn't getting fed enough. She needed to be bottle fed in order to be able to live. She was a little one, right? Wouldn't be able to latch on as well to the mother because she was getting some mother's milk, but because she was the smaller one of the litter, she would very often get bullied out of the way because she was small. Like, it happens, right? So she gets underfed. As a compensation, some people got not some people, but rather she had help from a bottle feeding as well. It's normal. But I digress. Let's get started with this stuff, though. I spent too long talking about shoe on head. Yeah, true. I went all the way down south. I don't know, to the land of Dixie. and I bottle fed Zane. And then Zane became really good at Warframe or something. I don't know. I don't know where we're going with this. So, as everyone knows that the Republicans have many sort of skeletons in their closet. You go through any one candidate, you'll see they're either all demons, pedophiles, rapists, abusers in some way, shape, and form. Blah, 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 blah. You know, tons of differing sort of accusations and allegations being thrown around about, like, Republican sort of candidates and people within power. About, like, how miserable and wretched of human beings that they are. It turns out if you believe in the conservative ideology that Republicans believe in, you being the miserable wretch, yes, and some of them are in the closet as well, that's very, very true, Zane. It turns out if you believe in the terrible ideological predilections that you generally speaking have of, I don't know, like patriarchal sort of like capitalism and whatnot, it turns out you kind of turn into the, or you kind of end up turning into a bit of a miserable wretch, especially if you're like a fascist like most of these Republicans do tend to be. But these are clips from long ago, from when George Santos was in Congress. Now, I've been extremely vague about who exactly we're talking about here, but I might as well just say who it is in particular. Yeah, the dude's name is Max Miller. Max Miller is a congressman, I believe from Ohio, who has had some, shall we say, very, 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 very bad allegations of domestic abuse. Stuff ranging from breaking of daughters' collarbones to pouring hot water on the fucking wife and shit like this. Very, very, like, deranged fucking behavior. And I mostly just wanted to take, like, a little bit of, like, a bit of a look into the looking glass of these sort of, like, behaviors of the Republican Party. Because the Republican Party, in reality, is okay with rapists, pedophiles, and domestic abusers, so long as they can get their domestic agenda passed. That's what they actually really care about. Why? Because these people are fucking evil. What we got here from the Majority Report. Also, what's up, IDC? Yes, it's all good. You know, if you're late, you're late. It doesn't really matter. And yeah, you know, I talked about Shoe on Head. We talked about Shoe on Head. She's very dense.
This story is really horrifying. So content warning a little bit because of the allegations here of abuse, but there's this Republican representative, Max Miller, from Ohio's 7th District, and he's been the subject of a ton of scrutiny right now, rightly so, because he's been accused of some really extreme domestic violence against his wife and child. And what's notable is that his wife is the daughter of Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio, who just defeated Sherrod Brown in the last cycle, took a bunch of crypto money, and this morning...
Yeah. A recent fucking senator, Bernie Moreno, that dumbass who basically was trying to sanction Canada for the wildfire smoke that's going down. Yeah, man, because us hitting ourselves with our own wildfire smoke and then it going into the Midwest means you need to sanction Canada. Okay, dude. But apparently this his daughter got domestically abused by his fucking son-in-law.
Morning, he was saying the F word a lot at Anthony Fauci, acting like a real tough guy. How about you stand up and call for Max Miller to step down from Congress in the House, the guy that's being accused of abusing your grandchild and daughter? Just a thought. But this is where the Republicans are. This is how cynical they are. They're not. I would be shocked to see if Moreno does that unless it's a foregone conclusion, because they are worried about the slim majority in the House. So. And
this is exactly like I pointed out before. Because again, what's the name of that one? Was it Tony Evers or something? Not Evers. It was some fucking Democrat got accused, and there was proof and evidence of him groping a bunch of women, right? I forget the name of the guy. It's a pretty big case. And the dude was basically forced to step down immediately. Same thing with like Graham Plattner as well. When there was actual credible accusations of rape and sexual assault, Graham Plattner was expected to step down, and he stepped down. This will never happen in the Republican Party because, again, for them, all they care about is maintaining their power.
Is there a better example of ethics being cast completely aside for raw power than that example? The allegations are awful. They have a child, a 2-year-old girl who had a broken collarbone, and that forced Ohio Child Services to start an investigation. And when over the course of that investigation, they found more allegations of abuse. So they spoke to his wife, Moreno, the daughter of the senator, and she essentially said that she couldn't rule out that the daughter's collarbone had been broken by Miller because of previous abuse that had occurred, including him throwing scalding water at her and burning her.
That's fucking epic, dude. Guys, this is why you don't become like an insane, weird fucking little fascist freak. You end up hurting the people around you. Like, I mean, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Like, these people are all just evil. Like, it doesn't really matter, right? And it's going to take like a lot of like a whole lot of pressure from constituents or from leadership within the party to essentially oust someone like Max Miller, because again, these people are cynical. All they care about is playing power games. That's literally all that they care about.
Holding a gun to her head, pushing her, and more. This is what I think, look, this guy, George Santos, not a reliable narrator, but I do find this clip from 2023 to be interesting because it probably is more of an indicator of how this stuff is just like open secrets. And then when powerful actors want to use blackmail for their own ends.
Madison Cawthorn is a perfect example of this right here, right? Who remembers that dude, that wheelchair fucking loser, right? Who was trying to play like coy and cute with Republican leadership, and he immediately got fucking buried because of it.
Ends, they will deploy it. This had to come out because of the investigation, but they must have known, given how Santos claps back here at Miller.
You, sir, are a crook. I know I should direct my comments to the chair. I yield back.
My colleague wants to come up here, call me a crook. Same colleague who's accused of being a woman beater. Are we really going to ignore the facts that we all have passed and we all have the media coming out against us on a daily basis? I can go and read about...
Yeah, you want to know the mistake that Max Miller decided to do? He decided to fuck with the queen. And if you fuck with the queen, you are going to get burnt.
My colleagues, I'm not going to stand here to smear them. I'm not going to stand here and use the time I have to say ill things about my colleagues. I refuse to stoop to that level.
But I will. I refuse to stoop to that level. But I will steal a veteran's money who's trying to get his dog to go to the vet.
Listen, as bad as that is, and yeah, that's really bad that George Santos stole a bunch of money. I mean, he was also a fucking drag queen and then became a Republican weirdo. Whatever. George Santos is a fraudulent, is a huckster and a fucking fraud. Should go without saying. I will say that's probably not as bad as breaking your daughter's collarbone and also throwing scalding water on your fucking wife.
That's such a clear distillation that they know these things. Like, George Santos, like, I'm not going to smear, but like also I'm sitting on information about you, your character, but in the interest of us all getting along as a caucus or whatever, I'm going to move on despite you calling me a criminal. I mean, is there any better, like...
Well, I mean, here's the thing. The right is obsessed with Graham Plattner, and when it was discovered that there was a credible accusation of sexual assault...
Oh yeah, I mentioned this earlier.
Basically everybody uniformly said he has to step aside. Bernie Sanders, this show, anybody that had previously supported that campaign.
The people that had worked on his campaign up until then, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because prior to that, there were allegations about unsettling behavior, even towards the Republican operative. It wasn't an abuse allegation at that time. And then...
Yep. None of the stuff that was initially coming out against Graham Plattner really had the fucking standard of meeting these sort of like sexual assault allegations. Like, there's just like, okay, he's kind of an asshole. He has like bad behaviors and stuff like that, and he was like a bit of a dick on social media or something. Okay, like this is all we got right now. We're doing like weird woke 1.0 like cancel culture bullshit. Like, fuck out of here with this bullshit. Like this is not enough. And then the actual credible accusations from God, what's her fucking name? With the therapist lady and everything. I forget her name. I'm really bad with names. Came out against Graham Plattner, and everyone instantaneously was just like, all right, well, this is too much. This is a bridge too far. I believe in the accusations grand planner. And then everyone instantaneously fucking dropped him like a rock. Of course, blue MAGA weirdos are like dishonest about this all the fucking time because they're like no different than the Republicans. They will shed all sort of like principles and beliefs for the express purpose of gaining power, because all those motherfuckers would support, of course, Andrew Cuomo. Yeah, you know, there are no sort of like, I guess for like lack of a better term, safe. Yeah, let's go with like safe. Or no, not safe, principled sort of individuals when it comes to this whole sort of fiasco.
And when it crossed that threshold, okay, this is beyond the pale. He's being accused of a crime. What have Republicans been doing? Probably just sitting on this information about this abuser for years and years.
Probably using it. Probably saying, hey, you want to vote in a way that we don't like on this issue? We know everything about you.
Yes. So if the Republicans, and if George Santos had a sense of this in 2023, so Miller was elected in 2022, that clip was from 2023, Bernie Moreno, the father-in-law of this guy, was elected to the Senate in 2024. I would imagine that he knew about the abuse of his daughter at that point, if that's the case. If it was an open secret in Republican circles,
presumably,
he just became a senator. So that would make sense as to why he's not speaking out about it now.
Again, it's all about cynical power games with these fucking, like, demons, these Republicans. Like, all these motherfuckers fundamentally care about is just gaining and maintaining power for themselves. It's, what I'm saying here is that you should never let a Republican sort of like tut you about like abuse allegations or whatever, or like any of your principles or stances at any point in time, because these motherfuckers never adhere to any of that.
Santos used it there for disciplinary reasons. Like,
right.
Me being a criminal, I'm going to allude to, I'm not going to say it, but I'm literally going to say it, that you're a woman beater.
They don't have standards for, like, this kind of thing, and they're not going to force somebody to resign, even if they, like, the only reason that Matt Gaetz was ousted was because he pissed off Kevin McCarthy and his ilk personally. They didn't care about the accusations of sexually, abusing underage girls prior to that.
I mean, literally, Donald Trump was in power when Kevin McCarthy was the Speaker of the House, and his dumbass probably didn't know exactly what happened between Trump and Epstein, but he might have had some kind of an inclination, right? And they defended the fucking pedophile that was in power. Like, okay, dude, it's just crazy.
They just cared when he bothered the Republican establishment, and so I think it's pretty instructive to see how some of this stuff is deployed, and how some of it is kept as ammunition. We, and Matt, I've become increasingly convinced of this in our years of working together. You have said this before, that it is not discussed enough the role that blackmail plays in our politics, and that information hoarding does.
Liabilities become assets on the right balance.
That's very, very true. Just to go into some additional details about this, but here, according to newly released court filings and, of course, allegations, Representative Max Miller, son-in-law to Bernie Moreno, poured hot water on his wife, put a gun to her head, and may have broken his 2-year-old's collarbone. So we have the actual court filings of all this. Specifically, it was, I should really go without saying, it's fucking terrible and awful. But Max Miller decided to come out with what they're saying is probably one of the most insane fucking defenses ever on the fucking planet. He's basically saying, my former wife has claimed that during a custody exchange at my home that day, I assaulted her. If I had assaulted her, would she have offered to cook me dinner 6 days later? You're okay. Do you know how custody works, Max? Hello? You guys are still going to be like in the same house? Well, maybe not like the same house. You'll probably be in like separate sort of homes or whatever, but you're still going to be technically speaking together while a custody battle is happening? Like, basically what I'm saying here is, what the fuck does her offering you to cook you dinner, or her offering you to cook you dinner, have to do with the fucking custody battle in order to downplay the accusations that are against you? Like what the fuck are we doing here, man?
My former wife has claimed that during a custody exchange at my home that day, I assaulted her. Here's what actually happened, and I have the Ring doorbell footage that backs it up. She came to my home in a good mood, and we have text messages to prove it, which you'll have, to pick up our daughter early for her friend's birthday party. She was inside my house for several minutes when she left. The video shows her walking out, carrying our daughter calm, in the same good mood, showing no distress whatsoever. And as they left, you can hear me say, "Goodbye, I love you, and I love you, Ruthie." Literally telling my ex-wife. that I still cared for her. Does that sound like somebody who would just walk out and who had been violently thrown a wall and been abused? She did.
That's not how that yeah, like what happened in between? We're missing some fucking details here. Hello? Also, Stockholm Syndrome is kind of a thing, Max? Like, that's a thing that happens, right? Like, I don't like putting it that way exactly, but yeah, given some people's predispositions, they may not want to exactly sort of leave their abuser because they're not in a sort of like financial position in order to be able to do that, right? So they opt to stay with their fucking abuser in order to have some form of like safety and stability there. Like, what the fuck are we doing here, dude? Like, it's insane.
She didn't call the police after that. She didn't go to the hospital, ladies and gentlemen. Do you want to know what she did? She went straight to a child's birthday party. The very next day, we had a friendly phone call about our daughter's upcoming hospital procedure, and I drove in from Washington to be there for it. 6 days later, she offered to cook empanadas for me for dinner, just 2 days later after this alleged incident. The day after that, she invited me and my girlfriend, and which you'll have in text messages, to join her and our daughter at a playground. And that day, I just went with my former wife to the playground to spend time with our daughter. A week later, on February 15th, she wrote to me in her own words, which you will see.
But okay, this is all stuff that we've known for at this point, or that the Republicans have known for at least about 3 years, given what George Santos revealed about you specifically, Max Miller. So then, like, is the allegation here that this is essentially being used in order to be able to take him out of his like senatorial or not senatorial, his House position or something? Like, what the fuck is, like, what is the point of all of this, of him basically saying this? That's ultimately the sort of question here. Like, why is he doing this? Because he's doing like the whole fucking like song and dance thing, trying to poke a bunch of holes in the argument, right? But that can be sort of explained away to say, like, you know, first off, we don't even know if he's lying here. This dude may also be the kind of person who just fucking lies, but whatever. Who knows? It's a Republican. One can only assume. Since we don't have any of the evidence or any of these quote-unquote text messages that have been sort of like, I don't know, allegedly released yet, a lot of the stuff that this dude is basically saying here should be taken with like an absolute sort of like grain of salt and should not be really 100% believed unless there is a bunch of contradictory evidence and corroborating evidence to the fucking contrary. Because that's generally speaking how a lot of this sort of bullshit works, generally speaking, right? Like, it's like, okay, can you provide the countervailing evidence or the counter evidence to a lot of the claims that are being made here? Because so far, a lot of the stuff that he's saying is he's not addressing the water, the scalding water that was thrown on the wife themselves, or the broken collar. Like, he's not talking about any of the current accusations. He's mostly just, or what he's basically doing here is he's trying to like muddy the waters and essentially say that the wife is just trying to do this to try to get some like personal dig at him, which I have like basically no respect for this. Yeah, even if he isn't lying, it just sounds like he's surprised his ex-wife is better at hiding shit for the sake of the kids than he is. Exactly, there aren't quills, because they have a daughter. Is the daughter knowing that their mom got assaulted by their fucking dad or their ex-dad at this point in time? Like, is that going to be really good for the development of that child or something? Because that's a very common thing that happens all the time, especially in situations like this. So him just like talking about this, trying to say like, oh yeah, dude, like, what do you mean? Like, my wife is just doing this in order to be like a stupid, annoying bitch, and I hate the fact that she's doing this to be a stupid, annoying bitch. It's like, well, you are aware that they're doing this for a reason. They're not just doing this like kind of out of random. Like, this is silly.
I think it's great you and I are in a friendlier place. She then offered me more extra overnights with our daughter, which I can prove to every single one of you as recently. Every one of these messages is time-stamped on our court-sanctioned co-parenting app and is all in the packet. Only weeks later did the story of February 1st assault appear, so ask yourself, if I had assaulted her, would she have offered to cook me dinner 6 days later? Would she have invited me to spend an afternoon at the playground with her and our daughter? Would she have written that we were in a friendlier place? No, she wouldn't have, ladies and gentlemen.
this is like, honestly, I think this is probably one of the most insane ways to sort of like fucking defend yourself. I'm gonna be honest here. Oh, why would she offer me to cook dinner to, I don't know, for the kids specifically, to make it seem like everything is okay? Like, hello? What? To be there for her daughter? Like, seriously? Again, like, we're still not addressing any of the baseline sort of accusations at all whatsoever in terms of the broken collarbone. I don't think he's... I don't know if he's provided any like counter narrative about that specifically, because that's something that's being alleged. Same with the scalding hot water. That could probably be more easily proved because you're going to get medical records for that specifically. So good luck with that. On that particular respect there, Max Miller, potentially trying to disprove that. Because I guess he would have to disprove the fact that he threw the scalding hot water specifically on his wife. But we'll see how exactly that goes. And it's not like there is a ton of literature on why abuse victims act the way that they do. Yeah, exactly, Corvid. Like, and I mentioned some of the examples before, right? Like, did Max Miller's wife have a sort of like place to go after the abuse happened to try to get away from her abuser? Who really knows? This could have been the only place that she could have gone to. It could be like a whole Stockholm syndrome kind of a deal. That's also possible as well. There are so many potential reasons for as to why she ended up fucking staying with the dude that you can basically like point to and say like, I mean, this could be a potential reason or this could be a potential reason. We just have to like wait and see how this plays out in court for the time being. But like so far, Max Miller trying to like deflect away from a lot of the main accusations and allegations against him by talking about like or trying to basically say that the assault did not happen because she offered to cook him dinner. That's an incredibly weak defense. That's very, very fucking weak. But here, it's okay. Like has been said before by Emma Vigland of the Majority Report, all these motherfuckers, they're okay with like rapists. Speaking of rapists, of course, Jim Jordan is right there. He's a rapist. Abusers, pedophiles, or whatever, they don't really care so long as you get the rubber stamp to maintain that necessary House majority. Again, none of these people, in terms of the Republican Party, in terms of conservatives, have any principles whatsoever. Because as soon as a story like that comes out about a Democratic official, they will be expected to resign instantaneously.
I also want to ask you about something a little closer to home. There is a colleague of yours in the Ohio delegation, Max Miller, who is facing allegations of abuse from an ex-wife of the wife and his then toddler daughter. Do you think that Max Miller, who denies this abuse, should he resign from Congress in light of the accusations?
Look, this is a family matter. I know Max is a good man. I was up campaigning for him. I hope he wins re-election. He's done a good job as a member of Congress, and we should all pray for his family. These are difficult times that they're going through. We understand that. These kind of situations always are. But Max is a good member and a colleague, and hopefully he's going to win re-election. But ultimately, in the end,
downplay and not really sort of advocate for, because again, like, if I'm going to say this right now, if a Democrat was doing this, this would be like the Republicans would run with this to hell and high water. Talk about like, oh, look at how hypocritical this motherfucker is. But it should tell you that these guys, they can get away with domestic violence, rape, pedophilia, and all this fucking abuse. They can get away with it, no problem, because these people are in reality big fans of it.
that's up to the voters in his district. But yeah, we were up helping Max just a few weeks ago at a campaign event up in his district in the northern part of our state.
So I mean, it's just worth noting. I mean, the allegations include that Miller scalded his ex-wife's chest and stomach when he threw hot water at her. That he held a gun to her head. That he pushed her against a wall and hit her in the head. That he fractured their daughter's collarbone and bruised her shoulder. That his 2-year-old daughter reportedly told his ex-wife, quote, "Daddy, kill you." I want to play for you what you said when you were asked about Graham Plattner, who faced allegations of abuse. Let's watch what you told.
I've not heard all this.
Well, it was in the New York Times. It was in the New York Times. That's the list of allegations. It's been out there for a while. I just want to show you what you told Newsmax when you saw that Graham Plattner was facing these accusations. Watch.
That's always been the case with Democrats. It's all about maintaining power. They will take any crazy position as long as it furthers their ability to win elections and get power. And frankly, to go against anyone who goes against President Trump.
That's God, dude. Chef's fucking kiss. Listen, I'll give that to Casey Hunt. Yeah, Casey Hunt. That's a Just right on the fucking money. Yeah, every accusation is a fucking confession. It's the standard rule with all these, like, pedophile, rapist, abuser, fucking wannabes in the Republican Party. Like, Jim Jordan, quick reminder, of course, let's never forget, this motherfucker, Jim Jordan, was implicated in the cover-up of a huge sexual abuse scandal happening in Ohio University's, I think it was OSU, yeah, Ohio State University's, OSU's wrestling team. Yeah. Listen, abusers of a feather flock together.
Why does that not apply here to Republicans who want to keep power in the seat?
Sure.
Well, I don't know the context of the question I was asking about Mr. Plattner, but my guess is it was about all the ridiculous positions he's taken.
The banner there says...
Ooh. Dude, the immediate fucking cope. God, that's so funny.
Israel, the Nazi tattoo and everything else.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
I don't know. I didn't answer. I don't know that I answered that question. I think I was dealing with just who he was as a candidate and the crazy anti-Semitic, anti-Israel, pro-Nazi positions that he has taken. I think is evidenced by the fact that he had a Nazi tattoo on his chest.
Bro, you covered up sexual assault at OSU for the fucking wrestling team, man. Like, okay, bro, nice meme.
All right, Congressman Jim Jordan, thanks for your time.
And frankly, it wasn't me that kicked him off the ballot. It was the Democrats.
All right, fair enough, sir. Thank you very much. We'll be
Man, if only we could have done more follow-ups to make this fucking loser squirm in his fucking boots. If only. But whatever. As expected from the Republican Party, they are all okay with sexual assault, abuse, and rape, just so long as they can get their agenda through. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Just based off these accusations alone and the fact that this motherfucker's defense has so far not been particularly great. In fact, the way he's trying to deflect away from this is like some of the most insane ways possible. But yeah, we'll see how this works out in terms of a lot of the evidence that gets further presented by Max Miller to try to epically debunk what his ex-wife was saying. Oh boy, I'm so looking forward to all of these court proceedings between, well, this Republican a wife beater, many such cases, and his wife. So I don't know. We'll see what exactly happens. It's all just like the sort of like makings of another standard Republican scandal where Republican abused a bunch of people and may or may not suffer any of the consequences for it. You know, many such cases. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. All right. Let's get started with our favorite little blue MAGA weirdo. Should we really be surprised by any of this behavior? Well, we haven't talked about our favorite blue MAGA cultist weirdo who said he would vote for Jeffrey Epstein so long as he has a D beside his name. Talking about vote blue no matter who, which is quote-unquote one of his supposed most baseline of fucking principles. Very interesting here by Hutch, of course. But it seems like he's backing off away from it. That's a little interesting. I guess it actually does matter who is in the blue for who you should fucking vote for. Very fucking fascinating. But here, just, some of the quick quotes here by the Lay Clipper channel. Can't stomach people like Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball weaponizing the concept of blue no matter who. God. That's what you motherfuckers have been doing for the past decade, man. The past decade. Employing this fucking thought-terminating cliche of vote blue no matter who in order to be able to make it such that why should you be voting for this more left-leaning candidate? It doesn't matter. This is who we decided to put up as a party. You should have unity. Get in line, get in line, get in line. That's what it is. It's purely an attempt to try to control people, control their voting habits, and control their sort of patterns of thought. But since Hutch is a sheep, literal fucking cattle, he's totally okay with this. What do we have here?
I'm almost ready to say, you know what? I'm not even gonna the blue no matter who rhetoric. I'm not doing it anymore. Because it feels like unilateral disarmament, doesn't it? First of all, how much of that particular term is helping the discourse?
Also, by the way, like literally, right at the bottom there, Twitter player could not be cringe. We can see stuff like Hutch GOP arc. If we could just make it a little bigger. Yeah, we got the Hutch GOP arc. Very, very interesting.
Well, how much of that particular term is helping the discourse? I have never, in all my years on the internet, ever once witnessed a productive exchange about the concept of blue no matter who. Every time...
Don't we love the hypocrisy here, ladies, gentlemen, and those in between? I just... Chef's fucking kiss. Hutch, it was your side who started this whole vote blue no matter who fucking fiasco and shenanigans. You motherfuckers are the ones who literally started with all this stuff. Why? Because you wanted to force left-leaning people to be in line, to be forced into line. That was the point out of all of this. You fucking dumbass centrist neoliberal fucking losers were not able to win in terms of political strategy. We're not able to, or not political strategy, in terms of policy. They don't have the policy prescriptions because it turns out theirs are about as bad as MAGA or Republicans, of course, and nobody fucking likes them. So what do instead? Browbeat and force people into submission. That's what vote blue no matter who is essentially supposed to try to be. It's a terrible political strategy. It's not an effective one because it was never meant to be effective, right? These motherfuckers, as Chuck Schumer himself said all those fucking years ago, back in 2016, if we lose one sort of Midwestern worker within the Rust Belt, we'll get another one another two rather in the suburbs of fucking Pennsylvania. That's the fucking issue here. But does Hutch care about any of this stuff? No.
It's ever come up in my experience, every time I've ever witnessed it come up in other spaces, it's always a shit show. And, it's just, I can't stomach people like Kyle and Crystal weaponizing the concept of blue no matter who to benefit their preferred candidates when these people were...
vote them or them. Okay, dude. Besides, all the schizo freaks showing up in the fucking bottom right, it's incredible, just absolutely incredible, that we are seeing a perfectly accurate display of scratch a liberal and a fucking fascist bleeds, man. It's just incredible to me, dude. Just bam, smack dab, right in your fucking face, and a perfect instance of where someone is just like, yeah, dude, this belief that I used to hold, nah, don't give a shit about it. All I care about is playing fuck politics. It's just like, okay, Hutch, very, very cool that you are adopting this fucking position, you miserable wretch. This is why I've said before, blue MAGA, no fucking political strategy, the vote blue no matter who bullshit was always going to be ending up to be the exact same fucking bullshit as the fucking Republicans. Just vote alongside with the Republican places and everything will get better, you little fucking weirdo. Why would you want anything better ever? There is no point of having anything better whatsoever. So get in line and fucking vote appropriately. And a lot of people at this point in time are saying no. Mostly because the Democrats have failed as a fucking party.
Never about that life. It's so disingenuous that I don't think it's productive to even push it anymore. You know what I mean?
Literally, Hutch, you'd vote for Epstein but not normal DSA candidate. Peace go properly. Okay, there's a reason why it's a bad thing to vote for Jeffrey Epstein in comparison to a DSA candidate. The DSA candidate will more than likely not be an arch pedophile.
that particular phrasing. I think it's about time we retire it and just be like, you know what? Let's just all stop pretending like this is something that's, a consistent thing.
Dude, the fact that someone is also saying, honestly, it was never even a real thing, valid criticism, should always, what is it? I can't even read here.
A consistent thing.
Should have always been fair game anyway. This is why you can't take any of these fucking DGG, Blue MAGA, fucking weirdos seriously whatsoever. None of them should be taken seriously. Yeah, believes in fucking diddly squat. Who would have fucking thought? None of these people have any principles whatsoever because they're not interested in having any principles. And of course, here's Hutch trying to be a smug little boy about this because he's a fucking cringe-ass loser trying to, I don't know, cover up for the fact that he has no principles. Look, at the end of the day, the Democratic Party is not a cult. No politician deserves blind loyalty. Hilarious coming from you, Hutch. You're the one who started doing vote blue no matter who fucking bullshit, but whatever. Like, you were the one who initially asked for the blind loyalty. So now that that's essentially being thrown back in your face, now you have a problem with it? Okay, dude. Nice meme. If Al Saeed wins the primary and wants support from Steven voters in the general, he's going to have to earn their votes. Well, Hutch, bit of a problem with that, okay? 90+% of Bernie supporters voted for Hillary in 2016. Alongside 2022 for voting for Joe Biden. Maybe it wasn't exactly 90+%, but whatever. Alongside with Kamala Harris in 2024. The left's not the problem here. You guys are the fucking problem. Because you motherfuckers are just mad about the fact that your political ideology is dog shit. Nobody fucking wants it. And it's starting to collapse in on itself. But whatever. All these people are fucking hypocrites. The final fucking meme in terms of all of this. So, this individual is just like some Twitter weirdo. DGG or dumb fuck. Whatever. Who really cares? Who decided to drag up an old fucking 6-year-old drama for what reason exactly? Meh. Just meh. Blue no matter who means a viable liberal. I have bad news for you, Alice. Most of the liberals, not fucking viable. If they don't talk about workers' rights, they don't talk about AI data centers, and they don't talk about a lot of various other issues, they are persona non grata. It applies to Nebraska Senate Independent, I think it's Nebraska, Dan Osborne. It doesn't apply to communists guaranteed to tank a race in the party running as a Democrat. Yeah, man. Totally. Because this makes a lot of fucking sense. Is Abdul Al-Saeed a fucking communist? He literally said he was a capitalist in the most recent debate. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? He's a Justice Democrat. Because these people will conflate DSA with Justice Democrat all the fucking goddamn time. Is Zoran Mamdani a communist? Is he a communist? Is Claire Valdez a communist? Is Chris Robb a fucking communist? Francesca Huang? Milat Kiros? Like, in the great words of a funny Balkan man saying, this to Jordan Peterson... Where are the Marxists? Where are the communists? Where are they? Who are the Marxists and who are the communists? DSA? There's a whole tapestry of left-leaning ideologies who join a part of DSA. It depends on the chapter. It depends on the organization, how it's exactly formed. It depends on the national organization, the state organizations. It's highly dependent. No two DSAs are going to be the same in terms of ideological predilection. And I should know, well, Boy Meets Mini, you've described what LA DSA is like. It seems like it's mostly got a bunch of dumb fucking social democrats in there for the most part, which is, inherently, quote unquote, I guess, tainting that particular chapter. Like, it's fucking stupid. Yes, this shit is just Red Scare 2.0. It's the same fucking bullshit from all these, like, dumb motherfuckers who are basically just mad about the fact that their ideology is dying. That's what it is. This is a projection of pain from these people. When it's just DSA versus fascist, better red than dead, but that's a separate thing. Thanks. Yeah, but it turns out most people want the DSA people to be able to win the fucking primary, you stupid motherfucker. They don't want the liberal. Your ideology is dying. So as far as I'm concerned, cope and fucking seethe about it. But what else is there to really say? Should we really be surprised that one of the most unprincipled fucking hacks, I think, ever, in terms of, like, the online political sphere in Hutch, would say something like, oh yeah, dude, vote blue no matter who. How? Except, vote blue no matter who, but you have to be, like, specifically this kind of Democrat that I think is viable myself, and not the constituents within that sort of district or state, or even the entirety of the fucking country instead, because for what reason is someone like Hutch doing this? He just wants more power for himself, or for his particular political aisle, that being the do-nothing, worthless Democrats who have been losing approval rating and prominence and popularity ever since the fucking 80s, because they decided to adopt the whole third way neoliberal bullshit that nobody fucking likes anymore. Cope and seethe about the fact that your dumbass fucking ideology is currently falling apart, Hutch, you fucking miserable little wretch. Oh boy, it's me, your boy, Shamoy. I really do hate Hutch, man. I fucking hate that guy so much, dude. All right. Let's go. Well. Some trouble in paradise for our favored little baby boy here, Donald Trump. Having some problems getting a sort of, acting director of the Attorney General, Todd Blanche, nominated to the actual, Attorney General position. Now, here's the thing. In reality, Donald Trump doesn't have to necessarily do this. There are probably some very minute things that will give him, or rather Todd Blanche, the ability to continue doing his sort of like sweeping shenanigans for the President of the United States, whether it be his interviews for Ghislaine Maxwell, his lawsuit with the IRS in terms of that naturalization fund for all of the Jan 6ers, or various other sort of actions and behaviors being done by Todd Blanche for the express purpose of the president's fucking illegal actions. He's currently going through a bunch of hearings right now for confirmation to be AG. Everyone's been digging into the fact that as per the, I think it was the New York, Southern New York bar, saying having done ethical investigations into specifically Todd Blanche and recommending that he should not be elevated to the position of Attorney General because of his conflicts of interest, specifically with Trump. To him having also a very funny Freudian slip saying that, yeah, I do work as Donald Trump's attorney when getting interviewed by John Kennedy, of all people. What do we have here from Trump?
Look, we have a man named Todd Blanche. He's outstanding in every way. Most of you know who he is. You're not going to find a better person. And everybody, and it's because I backed one his opponent, then his opponent won in the last line. It's the only reason.
Okay, so he's citing the fact that Ken Paxton won the primary in Texas against John Cornyn in comparison. Now, that could be the case that John Cornyn is essentially acting in spite here. Is he though? Unironically, the actual fucking issue with all this stuff is that the fact that the Republican Party is as much of a corrupt fucking entity as it is. But Ain't nobody caring about that stuff in the Republican Party.
Reason it's happening, but I will say there are a lot of people that like it. People were hurt so badly. 22 suicides, and they were destroyed, their families were destroyed. There's never been an attack on any group of people in this country, in my opinion. Maybe one. There's one group that was attacked violently and viciously. Like these people were attacked. And this would be a reimbursement for the pain that they suffered. A lot of people like it. If they don't...
Is he talking about the naturalization fund? Because that's the thing that specifically John Cornyn is having a problem with. I don't remember exactly what Tom Tillis is having an issue with. The video that we have may potentially get into some details about that. But John Cornyn is talking about, like, yeah, I don't think it's a good look for a bunch of insurrectionist sort of conspiracists to get a bunch of money for reparations for their behaviors. And now, is that the actual reason why they care about that? No, probably not. They got snubbed by Trump in some way, shape, or another, because he just keeps making more and more enemies around himself, which we should not be really surprised about.
If they don't approve Todd, I put it back on the table. A lot of people like it. A lot of big supporters of Trump like it. Look, we have a...
Yeah, I'm sure, man. Totally. But here, a True Social Cope post, specifically by our big baby boy. What do we have here? If Senators Cornyn and Tillis, both upset because I won't endorse them, they lost and quit respectively, aren't going to approve Todd Blanche, one of the most respected professionals according to everyone in the country, to be the United States Attorney General, then I will keep Todd as acting AG. So here's the thing with the president, where it doesn't essentially really matter if they keep holding him up to get the actual position of Attorney General. He can just keep acting as the acting AG, and he'll still essentially have the exact same powers. But whatever. Maybe there's like some procedural thing. They won't have necessarily as many abilities. The Trump administration, as a byproduct of this or something. I have no idea what exactly is going to happen in terms of acting AG versus the actual AG, but it shouldn't necessarily matter all that much. I mean, Trump breaks the law about as much as he breathes, and he also loves to consistently fucking lie. It's a very, very common pattern of behavior. And again, it's all being done over the fact that I think the dude who may be overseeing the weaponization fund, about I think it was $2 billion to be sent to a bunch of insurrectionist fucking weirdos, might not be a great look. And push hard to get the anti-weaponization bill, which takes care of those who have been so badly treated by crooked Joe Biden and Obama. And we're Obama now? What the fuck? Administration, I get nothing. Although I was treated horribly. Past, I don't even know what's going on here. Todd Blanche was a voice of reason. It will immediately be back on the table, and I will get it done. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President DJT. Yeah, basically, he really he's desperate to get Todd Blanche, who's a complete sycophant to him, in a position of power. For what exactly? Meh. Just to have complete control over people. That's always been the case for Donald Trump. He just wants to be a fucking dictator. But here, that exchange I was mentioning earlier, here is Senator John Kennedy talking to, Todd Blanche, saying, hey, are you from the CIA? What's going on here exactly? And then he just rewards himself. I'm like, okay, dude, nice fucking goddamn meme. What the fuck are we doing here, bro? Why on earth are you saying that you are the personal attorney to the president, and you're just yeah, I'm his personal attorney. Actually, no, wait, no, I'm just, I was his lawyer, but I am currently his lawyer. Do you know how bad that makes you look? The DOJ is supposed to be a non-partisan sort of entity, and you're directly saying that it's already partisan. It's well, I mean, we knew this all already, but, you admitting it just kind of helps out, I guess.
Are you and President Trump friends?
I'm his lawyer, was his lawyer, and now I'm the Deputy Attorney General. So I met him as his...
Hilarious, dude.
His criminal defense attorney. I'm not sure there's very many people who have ever had a criminal defense attorney who calls that person their friend. I now have a...
Well, let me put it this way. Are you in a...
Listen, they're just trying to do this in order to get more of like Trump's weirdo sycophantic buddies in positions of power. Listen, he got rid of all the women that he wanted, so now he wants to, I don't know, give it his I don't know, like propensity to love strong, burly young men as much as possible to get more positions within power. I'm just saying.
No, we're not enemies at all. No.
Have you ever seen a president of the United States appoint an enemy to be Attorney General?
I have not.
I think the line of questioning here by Kennedy is a little weird. I think what he's trying to basically get at, if I were to take a guess, is these positions are supposed to be inherently nonpartisan, and you're agreeing that, you know, the AG probably shouldn't be appointing friends in a position of power, or rather POTUS shouldn't be appointing the AG who's a friend of his into a position of power. It could have some potential consequences. And should we really be surprised that Todd Blanche is not really providing a consistent answer to that question? Shocker, I know, because he wants the power for himself. But here, just very quick little blurb here from Fox News. But Todd Blanche's confirmation to become Attorney General may be in jeopardy as Republican Senator John Cornyn canceled a meeting planned with acting AG Blanche today. Cornyn says he is not ready to support the nomination without assurances on the anti-weaponization fund and the DOJ statement of the Trump's family business against the IRS. So the two things that I mentioned specifically earlier with Todd Blanche and the main reason why he's not gaining more power than he can right now, mostly because of the fact that or rather not mostly because of the fact these are like the two specific cases that John Cornyn is highlighting in particular for potential like strange conflicts of interest that this motherfucker Todd Blanche absolutely has the president of the United States. Like, I mean, he literally admitted that he was his fucking goddamn lawyer. You know, quite the Freudian slip here, but we shouldn't be surprised by this whatsoever. It's all been about like the opening of the one hole with the not one hole. What was I saying? I'm a little tired. Yeah, I'm a little tired right now. Right. Basically, like, utilizing the DOJ as a weapon for the President of the United States himself, using the fund in order to give a bunch of, like, weird, seditious conspiracists a bunch of money, rewarding them for their actions on January 6th, and also making it such that the IRS doesn't have to investigate any of Trump's taxes or tax returns whatsoever. For what reason exactly? So you can keep getting away with, like, more fucking crypto dealings and scams. But here, you know, some additional details here from Belle of the Ranch. What do we have here?
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Belle again.
Howdy.
So today, we're going to talk about Trump threatening to throw GOP senators in the briar patch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Trump wants Todd Blanche to be Attorney General. However, there are a lot of conflicts that are so pronounced, even some GOP senators have issues with voting to confirm him. The Senate Judiciary Committee postponed a vote to advance Blanche's nomination.
Oops.
Primarily because Senators John Cornyn of Texas and Tom Tillis of North Carolina are threatening to tank the whole thing.
And obviously we know the reasoning why. It turns out setting aside $2 billion randomly to give to Jan 6ers, not exactly the best look. And also the whole sort of fiasco with the lawsuit against the IRS, or, you know, that's where the weaponization fund came from. The result of that the lawsuit against the IRS has made it such that the IRS is not allowed to be able to investigate into any of the potential of the president's sort of like financial sort of movements.
There have been vocal about Blanche and his involvement in Trump's IRS tax immunity deal, the weaponization fund, his interactions with Epstein survivors, and so on. Trump and his...
Oh, yeah, because, again, he did the interview for Ghislaine Maxwell, and he'll try to sweep for Trump for the fact that he's in the Epstein files, or he already has. I know he's gotten into like, with like certain Epstein survivors when they were having a press conference. He said that they were like a bunch of like losers or something. I don't remember exactly what the quote is, but he basically called them like a bunch of like weak losers or something. And it was just like, dog, why are you fucking calling these people who got abused by an arch pedophile a bunch of like weak losers? This is extremely weird.
Standard, take my ball and go home leadership style. Posted to social media, quote, Todd Blanche is a star, and everyone knows it. He has the potential to go down as one of the greatest attorney generals of all time. However, John Cornyn of Texas and Tom Tillis of North Carolina.
Listen, we all know why Trump wants Todd Blanche in a position of power so he can, just do whatever the fuck he wants in terms of the judiciary. That's why.
Both of whom I refuse to endorse, and whose political careers have been ended by my action, are refusing to vote for this great nominee, who will remain in any event as acting. Remember, both Cornyn and Tillis voted for Merrick Garland and others, too numerous to mention. I have no objection to temporarily withdrawing Todd's name if they do not do the right thing, and putting him back after Cornyn and Tillis are out of office.
Because I don't remember, did Tom Tillis lose his? We know that John Cornyn lost his fucking primary. That's a fact. I don't know why the president is just choosing to be impatient here. That's a good question there by Bell.
President Donald J. Trump. Trump is in the find out portion of the show, and maybe now he'll understand why presidents tend to avoid getting involved in primaries against incumbents.
Yeah, because if they lose, right, they can directly cite the president for as to a reason why they lost, and that's not a good look for the Republican Party.
Senator Cornyn, who is not known for bluffing, posted a kind of cryptic message in response. Quote, POTUS is mistaken if he believes concerns about the provisions in his tax lawsuit settlement are limited to me and Senator Tillis. Senator Tillis had his own response, saying, quote,
I think like really the biggest thing that should make it such that Todd Blanche is like completely dead on arrival is the fact that he did a softball interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, the whole sort of like saying to the IRS to not investigate into Trump's tax returns is bad, and also, well, the whole like thing with the weaponization fund as well. Having like $2 billion set aside for the president to essentially just do whatever the fuck he wants with, specifically give it to a bunch of like Jan 6 weirdos, is just one of those things where it's just like, yeah, it's just not a good look, guys.
What I'm focused on is the main thing, and the main thing is the 1776 fund needs to go away, or they're going to hang this yoke around our candidates' necks, and rightly so. He then said, quote,
because that's the position that a lot of these guys are generally speaking coming from. They're coming at this from a political position. They understand that already, given the actions of Trump within power, that in terms of the approval rating of the party, of the Republicans in general, they are in the complete fucking shitter because they themselves decided to abdicate the responsibility of keeping him in check. So very much so, again, this is a lot of Trump's own doing, but it's also a lot of like Tom Tillis's and also John Cornyn's sort of doing as well for constantly rubber stamping the actions of the Trump administration.
I believe the only logical conclusion I can draw from this setback is that, in fact, there is somebody who wants to enable it at the right time. That's unacceptable. So the state of play...
Sure, man. It's one of those things where it's just like, could it be the official lame ducking of the president at this point in time? Is he just like completely and utterly cooked? Because if he can't like get one of his like nominees over and he's lost complete control of his fucking party, when the midterm happens and that situation just becomes worse for the Republicans, like what is he going to do? Change? Probably not. Why would he? He's old and he's extremely stubborn. And as a byproduct of not having the absolute loyalty of the entirety of Congress, when what they care most about is their approval ratings and their pocketbooks, it's just funny to me, man. That's what it is.
Play is interesting. The senators seem to be suggesting that even without them, there are other Republican senators who could present an issue after the midterms. It's
And
also worth
demented,
noting
sure.
that there is a chance that Republicans may not be as well situated in the Senate after the midterms. So,
I believe there was a Majority Report video that came out about that recently, saying that in all of the fucking pollings for the Senate, Democrats are about up 6 to 7%, which is really good because that means they actually have a very good chance of being able to flip the fucking Senate.
they currently seem willing to roll the dice. Trump, after making this threat,
Which is very
probably
funny.
won't want to back down and probably won't want to suffer the embarrassment of losing a vote like this before the midterms. However, and this is kind of a big component, if he withdraws Blanche, it turns the fund, Epstein, and so on into midterm issues because Democrats could actually run on opposing Blanche's nomination.
Yep, because what they can basically say is Blanche is for giving January 6ers a bunch of money. He also did an interview, a softball interview with Ghislaine Maxwell, and just, again, use that to beat over every single Republican candidate that they're running against over and over and over again. Because it turns out a lot of people don't like the corruption.
Which may mean Republican senatorial candidates decide to oppose Blanche. I know that sounds crazy, Republicans opposing Trump.
Sure.
But Trump isn't popular, and these Republican senators don't need him anymore. They won't run again until 2032. Trump will be out of office and will have even less sway than he does now.
That's also a point I've consistently been bringing up over and over again. Bell is absolutely correct here, assuming Trump is even alive, of course. Given the fact that he has dipped to the lowest he's been at is 32%, he's incredibly unpopular, and these politicians are incredibly self-centered losers who want to make sure that they keep their cushy politics jobs currently because they don't really have to do much of anything. It's just easier for them that way. Like, it makes perfect sense. These people are self-interested and they want to keep winning their re-elections over and over again. If that means snubbing Trump, then they will.
Everybody has their position staked out. But realistically, these positions may change because Trump is handing the Democrats a giant midterm gift by saying he'll submit Blanche after the midterms. This story is definitely not...
Dude. Why would he say that, dude? Like, you can just run, like, boom, attack ad. Easy, done. Very, very fucking easy. It's hilarious to me, but whatever. I mean, like, what else is there to really say? It turns out, maybe, just maybe, if you have a Freudian slip by saying that I am his lawyer, or was his lawyer, maybe you should not be the Attorney General, and you might just have to stay as the Deputy Attorney General for the rest of Trump's period. Because at this point in time, given how unpopular he is, given the fact that Republicans are also not agreeing with a lot of his sort of agenda, mostly specifically within the Senate, for the most part, and are doing everything in order to mostly save their own skin, I think it's pretty much safe to say that if this vote does not go through for the president like the way that he wants it to, we can pretty much just give him the lame duck status and just say it's basically over for the metaphorical MAGA movement, because like what the fuck is he going to do now if he loses both the House and the fucking Senate? Like, what's he going to do? Like, he can't do shit besides like continue to bluster about in the Middle East, which he will do anyways because he's a demented fucking moron. Shouldn't really be surprised by the by the fact that not even Todd Blanche, one of the president's closest allies, can just not make it through any of the hearings or confirmations or votes that are needed. For what reason exactly? Because his fucking boss is as unpopular as he is. Turns out nobody really likes the dumb fuck president and all of his like corrupt fucking shenanigans. Who would have fucking thought? Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Nice meme. I was struggling a bit there. Holy shit, I am tired. My brain stopped working at certain points in time. This week might be a little rough, concerning the fact that I need to feed the cat and whatnot. Ish what it is. Who to raid out to today? Can we raid out to this person? Nope. You know who doesn't typically stream at this point in time, and I've raided out to before, but it's just been a while. How about Cosmopolitics? Alright, dorks. Raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. If you're a sub, you say, you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus with the Transstrider with the Daho Raid Bot. If you are a non-sub, you say the Wild with the Daho Raid Bot. That's how we show appreciation to those Ranching Case gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and we'll be continuing with more of the same. More of like politics, more of like factories, more with like, you know, standard fucking shenanigans. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.